Championship Wrestling here in just a moment. I'll have the Gardens card for you completely, but first I want to tell you about Fairdale, Kentucky, coming up Friday, June the 12th. Fairdale High School, 10-man tag, lots of action right there in Fairdale. Thursday, June the 25th, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Now, we don't have the entire card, but already signed Bill Dundee, the Dream Machine. We'll bring you up to date on that later. Now, listen to the Gardens Tuesday night. Boy, what a night of action that's going to be. Big main event, Jerry Lawler, Bill Dundee, the Dream Machine, Dutch Mantell against the Nightmares, Kevin Sullivan, Wayne Ferris with Jimmy Hart at ringside. And listen to the stipulation, no time limit, no disqualification.
And that's what we asked for. We're the ones that asked for that. I almost bit my fingernails down into the quick last week, brother, because, you know what, I have to hand old Thomas Marlin one credit for one thing. You're lucky. The boys are lucky that he definitely stopped that match, because I'm telling you, my men were on the verge of sending somebody to the hospital. Tell me, what's a masochist? That's what I want to know. What's a masochist?
Well, a masochist is someone, Jimmy, that likes to get beat. Ask Wayne about that. He's real...
Yeah, I know a lot of people that like to get beat on. They like it a whole lot. Roy Rogers is the #1 masochist. He liked for me to beat on him. And besides that, there's somebody else. Jerry the King Lawler, Billy Boy Dundee, the Big Fat Dream Machine, and Harry 8-Man Dutch Mantell. They love pain. They love to be beat on, because nobody's been beat more than those four boys. And when we get finished with them Tuesday night, they're going to be beat again. We're going to beat them all over that arena, just like we did the week before, and they're going to be begging for us to stop.
The Nightmares are ready, baby.
You know, we've chased them. Week after week, we've chased them. The only thing that I feel sorry for, you know, I have no respect for the three guys over there, but the fourth guy, Dutch Mantell, I feel sorry for them because he's a coward. And I want to make this statement, Dutch Mantell, to you. Before that 8-man tag match starts, you against me. And here's my invitation to you.
Tuesday. Well, Jimmy Hart is overdoing what he does best, and that is agitating. I would remind you that a short time ago, Hart had a bout with Roy Rogers.
Hold it down,
and in that bout, when things started to go bad, somebody jumped in with a mask on. Okay, Jimmy, stop agitating.
Leave me alone. Agitating? I'm not doing anything. Just tell them to leave me alone.
Eddie Marlin, along with the AWA, reached an agreement because of the excessive interference that anybody who interferes in a match is going to be fined $1,000. It was determined by the AWA and Eddie Marlin that it was Wayne Ferris who had the mask on and interfered with it, a fine of $1,000. Jimmy Hart maintains the fact that it was not Wayne Ferris, that it was a friend of his, and today you're going to produce the guy that interfered in the match in there, and you made that stipulation right away as to what you're going to do.
You are definitely right, and today is the day that I'm bringing my friend on TV, just like I promised. Jimmy Hart keeps his word. These people know it. So I'll tell you what, if old Eddie Marlin can come out from laying on the couch in the back there, I know he's sound asleep somewhere.
Yeah, well...
Here he is, the Pat Boone of professional wrestling. Look, I wear white shoes, he wears white shoes. Look at it. Let me ask you something, Eddie. A couple of things straight here, if I can get these stupid idiot people over here to keep your big fat mouth shut while I'm trying to talk. Couple of things I want to know. Number one, you and the Wrestling Alliance came up with this stupid rule that from now on, any outside interference, it's a $1,000 fine or a suspension. Is that correct?
That's right. It's several of them. It was fined this past week.
Oh, definitely. And you mean the King, Jerry Lawler, is fine too, right?
That's right.
$1,000, right? All right, well, then that's beautiful, baby. That's exactly what I've been looking for, because you should take care of these punks like that and not always try to slap fines on me who I try to do the right thing. Okay, well, let me tell you, today is the day. You want me to bring my friend out here. I just wanted to be sure I got a couple of things straight. Either a $1,000 fine for outside interference or, number two, a suspension. Am I correct? Well, beautiful, okay, if you'll just back up, right?
And you admit that he did interfere in the match.
I'm saying my friend, he's out here saying Wayne Ferris jumped in the ring, which is the stupidest lie I've ever heard in my professional career. But, okay, hey, that's right. I will stay right here if you can stand up, baby. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, and I use that word very, very loosely out there, I'm going to bring out for Eddie Marlin and Lance Russell and you stupid people over there, my friend, the Destroyer. Come here, Destroyer. Come on in. All right, baby. Come here, baby.
Yeah.
This is the Destroyer, not Wayne Ferris, Eddie Marlin.
Hart, you think we're all idiots? You think everybody here is idiots? That is Wayne Ferris.
I think you're an idiot beside the point, but this is not Wayne Ferris. This is the Destroyer. Now, I'm telling you he's the Destroyer, so what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do, big boy, huh? He's the Destroyer. You're either going to fine him $1,000 or suspend him, am I correct? right?
That's the rule.
Okay, that's the rule. Okay, well then, right now, you're suspending the Destroyer. Destroyer, I'm sorry, baby, you're suspended. These people will never get to see the Destroyer ever in professional wrestling. Right now, you'll never get to see him. This is the Destroyer, not Wayne Ferris, and so he's suspended. You want to interview him before he goes?
Yeah,
Tell him.
Wayne, let me ask you a few questions here about it. Jimmy.
Wayne, hey, baby, he ain't asking nothing. Come on, Destroyer, let's go. The Destroyer, baby, you son. Your big chance in professional wrestling, you lost it, baby.
Yeah. Oh, boy, he's a smart one. He is a smart one. Roy, you got a match coming up later now.
Yes, I know that's Wayne Ferris. And Wayne Ferris, you're nothing but a coward.
Hey, come on.
You're not leaving out of the ring right now, Wayne Ferris. Right now.
Well, you guys just knocked this
You're not a
stuff off.
coward,
We've
get
had
up
too
in the
much of
ring.
this already. You're going to end up, all of you getting
Come
fined
on,
again.
baby.
Ferris is going to get a fine, and you're going to end up getting a fine. All right, now
Leave me in the ring. Leave me in the ring, Wayne Ferris. I know it's you.
Oh, hey, come on now. Hold it up. Roy Rogers jumping in the ring. Ferris hiding behind that cheap mask. Here comes Bill Dundee, the Dream. Dutch Mantell. Yeah, well, you're going to get a chance, Jimmy Hart, to see it. Yeah, it'll be $2,000 when that mask comes off because that's Wayne Ferris, Dundee, and Dutch Mantell, and there it is. Wayne Ferris underneath the mask is no surprise.
I got news for you, boy. You're a dead man. You're going to be dead, Roy Rogers. I promise you, you're a dead man.
Well, are you going to pay the fine?
I ain't paying nothing. Roy Rogers is dead, I promise you.
You're
You're finished, boy.
You'll be gone out
I ain't going anywhere.
Wayne Ferris, a little backfire, as I think some people were curious like we were to really get the mask off and expose all of this charade as Hart tried to pass him off as a Destroyer and get him suspended under the name of the Destroyer because he wouldn't pay the fine in there. Wayne Ferris revealed, and he has got himself a suspension or a fine, and Ferris screaming at Roy Rogers as he went out of here. Well, check Golden Boy Donovan over Chief Thundercloud. We got big action coming up, and don't forget, we got something that I know you're going to want to see. Wild and Woolly Bout, and that'll be coming up a little bit later on. Okay, we'll be back in just a moment. Okay, no more to be said. Louisville Gardens, Louisville, Kentucky. Let's just take a look at the action as it happened, Dave. Billy down once again. Here comes the Dream. Here's Sullivan. Sullivan full Nelson on Dundee, while Ferris hammers him from that second rope. And now the Dream going after Sullivan. Ferris again stings him with that right hand. Billy bleeding about the face, and no wonder. Once again, Ferris cracked him right in the jaw. Hart saying, pound him, pound him. Bill, face first. Sullivan takes over. Dundee for one count, manages to get out of it. He never gives up. And Ferris misses the big Superstar trying to get to the corner to tag the Dream. He is almost out on his feet. Bill bleeding profusely from the pounding, and Ferris just continues to administer it. Slams his head right into Sullivan's knee. Bill with a flying press. Can he hold it? 1, 2, no. It's a beautiful flying press. But I was concerned with the pounding that Bill had taken, whether he could hold a powerful Sullivan down. Sullivan, this is his effort. Tag as Ferris leans way in. Dundee kicks him into midsection. Billy trying to fight both Sullivan and Ferris. Got caught from behind. There he shovels him off. And both Ferris and Dundee are down. Wayne, first one up. Misses. Bill got out of the way. Hart in hysterics over on the side, trying to get him to pin Dundee. That's easier said than done. Dundee swinging back. Nailed is Sullivan. And Billy going to the corner, but the Dream is in, helping his partner out, but unfortunately that took him out of the tag position. Backdrop. Ferris had what looks like a chain. Dundee goes for it. He's got it. Sullivan pounding away on the Dream. He's got his mask torn. And Billy gloms Ferris. And the Dream coming back. Dundee still after Ferris. Dream going after Sullivan. Jimmy Hart in the ring with that walking stick. He fouls. That's going to be a disqualification. 14 minutes, 55 seconds, and the disqualification will be against Sullivan and Ferris. Hart with no business in the ring. Beating now on the Dream machine. Poking him, sticking him. He really nailed Dundee. The Dream down, Sullivan after him, Ferris after Dundee. They've already lost it. Sullivan with the stick beating on the Dream, and Ferris rolls Dundee over. Officially, it's all over with. That didn't have a thing to do with the action. As Sullivan, Ferris, Hart, all really punishing Dundee in the Dream machine. Billy up, but he's nailed from behind, caught in the front with that stick. And Sullivan just shillelaghing with a Hart stick, and now Hart has it working on the Dream. Dream's mask torn. Dundee's face is torn. The referee asked for some help, and here comes Jerry the King. He nails Hart. Pounds Ferris and Sullivan. Now Lawler's got the stick. Blazes on Ferris. Pounding Wayne Ferris. Oh, the stick. What a brawl. The referee powerless to stop anything. Too much of it happening. Hart with a handful of powder throws it to Green's face. Now it's Dundee's eyes. Ferris down on Jerry the King. Lawler over in the corner there. Here comes Dutch Mantell. The Dutchman. Free swinging Texan going after him. He really blasted Ferris. Then Sullivan. Lawler is back up. What a mess. Dundee is back up. Look at this scene in the Louisville Garden. They're battling on the floor. Mantell after Sullivan. The Nightmares, the Dream, furious. Lawler after Hart. All the way in the back. Pounding away. The Dream beating on the Nightmare. There's Hart. Sullivan and Mantell. What a wild brawl. There goes the barricade. Sullivan missed Mantell with a sack of sand. They are battling everywhere. Lawler chasing the Nightmare all the way up in the bleachers. And there goes Lawler. The Nightmare caught him, and he's bouncing down the steps. The King back on his feet once again. Head over heels, and here comes Ferris. Up the stairs, but back on the floor. Lawler body slams the Nightmare on the concrete. Sullivan and the Dream. Dundee comes up after Sullivan. Right back at the dressing room door. The Dream not quitting. He's still going after him. And Dundee and Mantell. What a brawl.
I'm exhausted all over again.
Watching it, yeah.
What a brawl that was, man, is right. Woo! I got to tell you, that was something else. We thought everybody would get a kick out of seeing that one. It was wild and woolly, and I'm glad I was up where I was at. We got more action, and we're going to be back to it in just a moment.
His advice, his doctor's advice, try to not get him involved in the cast match and all, but Jerry just was so intent on getting Krupp after Krupp had goaded him and all of that sort of thing. The match took place. Let's take a look at some action from just a few nights back with Jerry the King Lawler and Killer Karl.
Well, that stick nails Lawler, while the referee over with Krupp. And Killer Karl again attacks Lawler. His foot in that cast, when he tries to push off with it, is slipping. But with that cast, he's dropping it down on the leg of Jerry Lawler. Krupp pounding Lawler. Midsection. The King takes a real shot to the face. But then Lawler Concession. He is durable as can be. Never seen anybody more durable. Krupp trying to get over to Jimmy Hart, but Lawler going after him. Lawler grabbing Hart. Punches him down to the floor. And what a body slam, or rather, not a body slam. Whoa, Lawler dropped with a cast. That's dangerous. Boy, he's really got it in for Krupp. But he's also a little crazy to drop on that broken leg. Of course, he's dropping that durable cast. Blood now. Krupp's head is busted open. Where Lawler dropped on him with that heavy cast. It's a thick cast, not as heavy as Krupp. And Krupp now bleeding profusely from about the head where Lawler has pounded him with that cast. The crowd hollering one more time. Lawler drops. 1, 2. He got it. 3. Well, following that match, Dave, everybody, of course, was delighted that Lawler got his hand raised and the victory over killer Karl Krupp. Jerry was in tremendous pain in the dressing room after that. And what happens with that bone, as we saw in the X-ray in there, every time a least little bit of movement on it, dropping down with a cast and so forth like that, when Krupp was going to, it was in a cast, but it was able to move a little, and the healing process stopped in there. The break bowed a little in there, and unfortunately, it put Jerry in a setback again and all. So, I was, sorry to see that. Jerry did it. Something he did.
Patient to worry about. I do not care less. You think I am a dummy, as you say in this country. You think I have no brains. You actually believe that I will step in the ring with the Gilberts, with both of them?
Just one
No. This is a scheme. I have other things to worry about. Jimmy Hart and myself, we are celebrating. We are celebrating the fact that we destroyed, as you name him here, the King. The King Lawler is gone. And we are celebrating the new king, my good friend, Jimmy Hart. Let us have a drink.
Little champagne.
Come on. Just give us some of the bubbly.
I think you confuse the fact. You're the one that ended up losing the match.
Would you like a little drink?
I don't care. No, just get it out of here.
Yes, go ahead. Look. How about you, Mr. Robinson? Would you like a little bit of the bubbly?
Take your champagne and whatever and just take it on out of
as
here. You lost the match just like you lost the match to Lawler.
As you know, Mr. Lawler is the big loser. I kept him inside that ring as long as possible because I realized with my superior knowledge of broken bones that the longer he stayed up on his leg, the more it would be damaged. And I laid my body down, and I was the decoy. And the man fell for it. Ha! He fell for it. He dropped his... Do you see my head? Do I look like I am hurt? I am here, hale and hearty. I am in good shape. But Mr. Lawler is not here. Mr. Lawler...
Okay, Jimmy.
Mr. Lawler is hurt, and he is upset because his wrestling career is done. As I will finish the wrestling career of Mr. Jimmy Handsome Valiant and Mr. Dundee Superstar and Mr. Jerry Jarrett and Mr. Tojo Yamamoto, or whatever his Spanish name is. It does not matter. I will take care of all these flatheads in this area. I am the king. with my good partner, my prince, Mr. Jimmy Hart, and I, King Killer Karl Krupp. We celebrate you downfall, Mr. Lawler, and we are celebrating.
You're a seven-day wonder, Valiant.
If he's the greatest, how come he's not sitting back here with a heavyweight championship belt on?
What are you talking about?
If you're talking about him being the greatest, how come he's not back here? Take a look at it.
This man here, he is a coward. He is a coward because this man has been challenged by the European champion, Killer Karl Krupp, on many occasions. I have challenged this man to a championship match on more than one occasion. But the promoters are cowards.
Best of luck with this guy.
All I want to say is that, as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't deserve a chance at the title because he's not up there. The only guy he can beat is a man with a broken leg. He's not fit.
What do you think? Look at
anything more out of somebody like that. Okay, I'll tell you what. We can take time out here and get some. Well.
Mama, I'm handsome Jimmy Valiant, baby, at Winter Furniture Store to tell you about a real special event. Winter's Fall Sale, baby. It's your chance to save on hundreds of items. And October 19th, a real special day, I'll be there wonderful, autographing pictures, shooting the breeze with all my peoples. Buy $100 or more furniture, they'll give you 2 free tickets to see me, handsome. A free living room suite to one lucky winner. Come out, 2530 Dixie Highway, Charlotte. You can't be a loser with a winner.
Complicated. This first match, heavy action back in the ring with Wave Country's Championship Wrestling. Tuesday night, this man, Austin Idol, the Universal Heartthrob, who is
They know who I am. They know I'm the Universal Heartthrob. They know I'm the new World's Heavyweight Champion. They know I'm the greatest all-around athlete of all time, and that's why the largest crowd in quite some time in Louisville, Kentucky, appeared there last week because the greatest was on the card right there. Now, I understand there's a chump going around here, and one of many chumps going around here, Bobby Eaton, whatever his last name is, I don't care what his name is, talking about he's the king, and he's this, and he's that, and he's everything else. Well, darling, look right here, what's across my shoulder. You can see who the king is, and that's why every promoter in the country is calling every day begging and pleading for Austin Idol to please come to the arenas, please come to the Cow Palace, please come to the Spectrum, please come to the Garden, please, Austin Idol, please come to our arenas so you can pack them in, sell them out like you do everywhere you go. And Tuesday night, be rest assured of one thing, I'll be there to pack that Louisville Garden like I do always. Eaton, your future is looking very, very dim.
Bobby Eaton, Mid-America Heavyweight Champ, puts it on the line against the current World Heavyweight Champ, Austin Idol. Bill, you're going to be involved in a Southern Heavyweight Championship match, and that's going to be with Tommy Rich. And, of course, that's just the way you wanted it.
That's right, Lance. We finally forced him to put the belt on the line. Now, the sad thing about Tommy Rich is he's believing what everybody's telling him. They're telling me he went away for a little while, and he come back. He was big and he was bad, and he's the guy that believes most of it. Well, let me tell you something, Tommy. I used to love you like a brother. We had a lot of fun in this town. We used to drive up and down the roads together and do a lot of things we was proud of and a lot of things that we wasn't. But you got my belt, and I want it back. Now, I tried to wrestle you one time, and you didn't want to wrestle. Now, this time we're going to fight, and I'm going to end up the winner because I want that belt back.
Yeah, you see a determined Bill Dundee. Those are just two of the great bouts. We'll have the entire card for you in just a few moments. Austin Idol against Bobby Eaton, Bill Dundee against Tommy Rich.
Everybody's here and ready to go with a 6-man tag team match. This one will be 2 out of 3 falls, 45-minute time limit. Introducing at a total weight of 683 pounds on the left of the screen, from Duluth, Minnesota, Dr. Bill Irwin. From Romania, Gypsy Joe. And from Hendersonville, Tennessee, Tommy Wildfire Rich. On the other side of the ring, 670 pounds total weight, from Japan, Tojo Yamamoto. Pensacola, Florida, Robert Gibson. And from Australia, the superstar, Bill Dundee. 2 out of 3 falls, 45 minutes will be the time limit. And the referee, Jerry Calhoun.
Okay, the jackets, the robes, and whatever coming off. Gypsy Joe peels out of his Romanian kimono or whatever. I don't know exactly what that is. And Dundee over with a little chicken fighting with Tommy Rich. They're pecking away at each other. Tommy whips off that AWA Southern heavyweight belt of his, and he's getting ready to nail him. Dr. Bill Irwin set up and ready. There's Wildfire as he comes out of his jacket. The superstar will be starting on the far side of the ring from us. And who on this side? Maybe Rich. Nope, it'll be Gypsy Joe starting out. Okay, referee Jerry Calhoun gets them ready. Bell time, and off and running. Dr. Bill Irwin and Rich on the outside, Joe in. Tojo and Robert Gibson on the outside, and Dundee starts out. He feels Gypsy Joe out across the ring. Backdrop. And we're off and running on what should be really something else.
Everybody jumps in there from the corner of Irwin, Rich, and Gypsy Joe. Bill Dundee now left alone in the ring as they're all down on the floor talking things over. Tommy Rich heads in there after Dundee. Dundee leaps over him, flips him as he came off of there. Now Rich heads out of the ring. Rich not the legal man in there. Gypsy Joe is. Gypsy Joe has stepped back in. Dr. Bill Irwin over there to help Tommy Rich. Dundee with Gypsy Joe back on the ropes. Tojo coming in. He catches Joe with a chop. Dundee follows with a right hand. Boy, the talent in that ring right now. You got Dundee. You got Tojo Yamamoto, Robert Gibson. Dr. Bill Irwin in there now against Tojo. In his corner, Gypsy Joe and the AWA Southern Heavyweight Champion, Tommy Rich. Dr. Bill Irwin, watch his feet. Tojo Yamamoto, watch the chops. Oh, drag. Body slam. Tojo on his feet. Dr. Bill Irwin after him. Tojo over to the corner, gets the tag, and here comes Robert Gibson. Robert Gibson against Bill Irwin. Drop kick. Good one by Gibson. Count of 2. Dr. Bill Irwin able to break it at the 2 count.
We've made mention before, Dave, this big guy out of Duluth, Minnesota is just that. Irwin is another one of those deceptively large wrestlers. You look at him, he's well proportioned, and you don't realize that that's son of a gun. There's that big foot. Yeah. Oh, does he fly with
4
that?
feet off the mat, that foot.
Here comes Wildfire. Dundee takes a tag, and here it is, Rich and Dundee. Been waiting for this one. Dundee way up, bounce down off a big backdrop. Rich misses with a fist. Dundee covers, but kicking out. Beautiful. There's a tag once again on Dr. Bill Irwin.
Boy, Rich just ran over him like a fullback, headed for that corner to get the tag on Irwin.
There's that large leg of Irwin being dropped down, but Tojo takes him off. Gypsy Joe in. Joe heading up the turnbuckles. The referee telling him to get out. And all the way from the top when Dundee rolls out, and Gypsy Joe, right in the center of the ring, really busted himself up. He's staggering to the corner as Dundee tried to get him, but he couldn't make it before he made the tag on Irwin. Dr. Bill fired a right hand at him, going for a suplex. Dundee up, pounds him down, and Billy looks like he might have fallen down on that left arm in there and hurt it. He was able to kick away at the 2 count. Robert Gibson was in. It settled down to almost 2-on-2, or 1-on-1 rather. Whip into the corner. Dundee down on his knees. Dr. Bill picks him up, puts him back down again. saying, "Go, Bill, go," referring to Irwin.
Got to be talking about the superstar. Boy, he's really been worked on the last minute or so. A little help from Tojo.
Where he stung him. Gypsy Joe we're referring to. Dundee. Beautiful. Fireman's carry lift. Back left. 1, 2, 3. Got him. What a first ball of action. Irwin went at him with a right hand. Dundee whipped underneath, crotched him straight up in the air in the fireman's carry, and before he really got full up, he was back down with that back power slam. Beautiful. And he got a 1, 2, 3 cover. Tommy Rich over there sympathizing, I assume, with Dr. Bill Irwin and Gypsy Joe just down on the floor. Look at Irwin. He's still shaking up. Boy, what a first ball. What was the time on that?
4:36.
4:36 and a 2 out of 3 fall match. The first one goes to the team of Dundee, Yamamoto, and Robert Gibson. First ball, 2 out of 3 falls. We got more action. We'll be back to it in just one moment.
Mercy, Mama, I'm handsome Jimmy Valiant, baby, at Winter Furniture Store to tell you about a real special event. Winter's fall sale, baby. It's your chance to save on hundreds of items. And October 19th, a real special day, I'll be there wonderful autographing pictures, shooting the breeze with all my peoples. Buy $100 or more furniture, they'll give you 2 free tickets to see me, handsome. A free living room suite to one lucky winner. Come out, 2530 Dixie Highway, Chevrolet. You can't be a loser with a winner, bro.
Rich, Gypsy Joe, Dr. Bill Irwin jumping into the ring right there. Quickly, Bill Dundee was standing in there. Tojo Yamamoto and Robert Gibson are now there. Referee Jerry Calhoun trying to get it straightened out. Rich wants to start this fall. He can't do it. Bill Irwin's got, well, referee said ring the bell. So the bell has sounded. Oh, I see. He's counting Tommy Rich out of there. Dr. Bill Irwin has to start against Bill Dundee. That is the way the first fall ended. That's the way the second fall must begin. And Bill Irwin has finally stepped through the ropes. Bill Dundee has been waiting for it. Bill over to the corner, makes a tag on Robert Gibson. Dundee. Oh. Dundee fired Bill Irwin into the ropes. He hung onto the ropes. Robert Gibson going for a drop kick, but Irwin is back on the ropes. Bill Irwin, right forearm. Picks Robert Gibson up in the air. Body slam. Over to the corner, on the ropes. Look out. Oh, he drops on Robert Gibson. Count of 1. Bill Dundee is here to break it up at the 1 count. Bill Irwin to his corner. He tags Wildfire. Tommy Rich. Gibson into the ropes. Upper arm as Gibson came flying off of there. Gypsy Joe steps in without benefit of a tag. Rich for the cover. 1. Count of 1 is all he gets before Robert Gibson's able to break it. Now Rich tags Gypsy Joe. Minute 20 seconds gone in the second fall. A bear hug by Gypsy Joe. Bill Dundee is there to rescue Robert Gibson. Ooh, Bill Irwin from out on the apron. Bringing Robert on the ropes. Upper arm by Tommy Rich. Robert Gibson on the mat. Tommy Rich using that right fist. Referee counting. Rich stops it just before a disqualification count. Suplex by Rich, a good one. Robert Gibson lying there on the mat. Cover. Bill Dundee jumps in there. That stopped the count. Gypsy Joe comes wandering in. He's sent back out. Bill Irwin into the ropes. Plants a foot right in the rib cage. Irwin with a forearm. 2 minutes, 20 seconds gone in the second fall. 2 out of 3 fall match. Overall time limit on this one is 45 minutes. Gypsy Joe in there at the 2.5 minute mark. Here comes Dr. Bill Irwin. Gibson up in the air. Drives him down to the mat. Tags Tommy Rich. Rich with the elbow. Cover. 1, 2, 3. He got him. 3 minutes, 6 seconds, 3:06. In the hands of Gypsy Joe. Dr. Bill Irwin and Tommy Rich raised. The referee is examining that elbow pad of Tommy Rich. But, well, no change in the decision. Nope.
1-1, that's all. 1-1.
That is exactly what it is. 1 fall apiece in a 2 out of 3 fall match. The time on it, 3 minutes, 6 seconds to win for Tommy Rich, Gypsy Joe, and Bill Irwin in that second
They
fall.
act like they just won World War III or something like that. The son of a guns come out there and they get back even in there, and that just means that that third fall, which we will have a third fall of this match, and we'll be looking forward to that. So you stand right where you are. We're going to be back. More action, you better believe, in just a moment.
Tuesday night action right there in the Louisville Gardens. Super card, my friends. Robert Gibson goes against Danny Davis in the opener. Tojo Yamamoto faces Gypsy Joe. Midget men's match, Butch Cassidy versus the Chief Lone Eagle. Then it'll be a big 8-man tag match when Handsome Jimmy, Karl Fergie, Robert Gibson, and Tojo Yamamoto team it together to go against the magnificent Zulu, Larry Latham, Danny Davis, and Gypsy Joe. And then those final 2 matches that we mentioned earlier. A special Mid-America Heavyweight Championship match when Bobby Eaton puts it on the line against Austin Idol. And then it'll be a grudge match with a Southern Heavyweight title at stake. Bill Superstar Dundee will be challenging Tommy Rich, not only for that belt, but for his hide. He'll be looking for him. Dundee and Rich, Eaton and Idol. It'll be a big night of action. Tuesday night right there in the Louisville Gardens. You come on down and be with us.
All right, we're about ready. It's already rung, Tommy. Just get up in the ring and get ready to go for the third fall. Constant harassment out of Rich. His co-members, Dr. Bill Irwin and Gypsy Joe, they're really feeling great since they evened it up at 1 fall apiece. Robert Gibson talking to the referee that Tommy Rich must have had something like anvil iron in there as he dropped down with him on that elbow. We'll see how this third fall goes. 2 out of 3 falls. It's 1 fall apiece right at the moment. Robert Gibson will be starting off going against Tommy Rich as an opener in there. Irwin is still standing in. Rich acting light. Okay, bell time. Here we go. Third fall of action. Championship Wrestling underway as referee Jerry Calhoun giving some last-minute final warnings like don't use the fist, watch the choking and gouging, and you know how much they'll pay attention to that. Rich, Irwin, and Joe.
They trapped him.
Wildfire got chopped. That's tag on Tojo. Into the rope. Big wheel and chop from Yamamoto. And Rich trying to get out of there. Tags Gypsy Joe. Tojo with that arm drags him over and down. Former tag partners, Gypsy Joe and Tojo. There's a tag from Joe over to Dr. Bill Irwin. Into the rope. Dundee, having taken the tag from Yamamoto, greets Dr. Bill with a solid one. Covers one. Up. That's all. Reverse face lock. Hooks him in there on that chin lock and holding on to him. Dundee with Dr. Bill Irwin. Gypsy Joe being asked to leave the ring by the referee. Here comes Wildfire, nailing Dundee from behind. Standing side headlock. Dundee hanging on. Popped into the rope. And dropped down by Dr. Bill. He just let Dundee's momentum carry him right into it, Dave.
Dropped him on that top rope.
Irwin back over. Picks Dundee up. Billy goes in. Rolling him over, trying to get that crab on him. Dundee can't get the big guy over. Now he's got one leg over, but from behind, Tommy Wildfire Rich zings an elbow right on the back of Dundee's head. There's a tag to Wildfire. And across the way, Robert Gibson comes in. We're in the third fall of this 2 out of 3 fall match.
And we're about 2.5 minutes into that third fall.
Don't forget, we got the 4 gals coming up in a big tag match. We know Little Hart and Peggy Lee will be going against Joyce Grable and Judy Martin. That action will be immediately following the third fall of our 6-man tag.
Well, there's been action in this one all the way. The teams have been using, both of them, kind of a free substitution rule that is not in the rule book. Wandering in and out as they see the need.
Great reversal by Robert Gibson, and Tommy Wildfire goes over to rest his back, tags Gypsy Joe. And Yamamoto back in with Gypsy Joe. Joe slips around, pops a full Nelson on Yamamoto. And Dundee nailing Gypsy Joe. He's down. Tojo following it up. Boy, he nailed him again with a big chop. Gypsy Joe in trouble. Yamamoto goes for the abdominal grab, but Gypsy Joe makes it underneath the rope. He's trying to tag from the outside. The referee saying, no, sir, no, sir. Got to get in the ring to make the tag. Joe popped by Dundee. Yamamoto waiting. Here comes Dr. Bill Irwin. And now Gypsy Joe, who is the legal man in, back through the ropes. Tag on the superstar. Dundee goes for the sleeper hold. But from behind, now there's a case where that height of Irwin helped, Dave. He reached all the way out and grabbed Dundee.
Able to stop the...
Look at Rich. With a chokehold on Dundee, and the referee breaks that up. Yamamoto coming around to help out. The action non-stop in this third fall as it has been in the first 2.
Irwin with his flying feet.
Backdrop, and Dundee all the way over. Irwin covers, but Yamamoto breaks that up.
4 minutes, 50 seconds gone in the third fall.
Dundee caught. Airplane spin. Look at Irwin go. Hammers him down with a slam. 1, but Dundee's foot's on the rope. Here comes Robert Gibson in. Ooh. Man, oh man, oh man. Wildfire taking the tag from Irwin. Dundee down and hurting in the center of the ring. Oh, yeah, Tommy Rich dropping down again on Dundee. Doing a little of tooting of his own horn in there. Into the ropes, the big elbow, and Dundee staggers down to the mat. There's a tag on Gypsy Joe. Dundee whipped into the corner. Flying press from Dundee. 1, 2, 3, got him. Beautiful. Taking advantage of that momentary lapse, Joe whipped him in. Dundee went up to the second turnbuckle, came off with that flying press, rolled him up into a crab position, got him a 1, 2, 3, and now Tommy Rich is saying, you can't walk away with that victory. Come on back in here, you coward. The referee's saying, move it out, move it out. Rich still taunting Dundee. Here comes Billy. Oh, look out, Dave. Everybody's going in. Gibson grabs Gypsy Joe, while Tommy Rich with that elbow working on Dundee.
Irwin in the chair, standing off Robert Gibson and Tojo.
Tommy Rich busting Billy open. Crimson flowing as Rich was taunting Dundee outside, and Bill, who can get a little hot-headed, there's Irwin. Tojo moving him back. And down goes Dundee in the ring once again. Tommy Rich got what he wanted. He got Dundee back in, nailed him as he came through the ropes. Dundee being worked over in heavy fashion by Tommy Rich. Robert Gibson trying to keep Irwin out of the corner there. Irwin with a chair in his hand, while Rich doing a number on Dundee, and I don't like him back around here. Look out. Rich heading out of the ring, but Dundee grabs it. Backdrop. Tommy Rich scrambling on all fours. Mason's out the door, and Bill busted up. Pretty good fashion by Rich. Rich kept nailing him with that elbow, which, you got to believe, Dave, had something inside the pad. Not unusual for Rich, at least the way we see it.
Rich was certainly giving it a lot of attention all through the match, as though it were injured, but he didn't use it like it was injured, that's for sure.
That's right. So the victory goes over to Dundee, Yamamoto, and Gibson, and Bill comes out a little worse for the wear with the individual encounter with Rich. Rich got him coming through the ropes.
At the time on the last fall, 5 minutes, 59 seconds. It is 2 out of 3. Dundee, Yamamoto, and Gibson win it.
Remember that match between, and, you know, we hear all of that. Fortunately, because of the advent of videotape and all, we're able to reach back in the files and pull one of them. A couple of champions got together in a classic battle. We've had a lot of people who were interested in seeing Jerry the King Lawler with his championship going against the NWA champion Harley Race. Let's go back to the Mid-South Coliseum a couple of years ago and take a look. Lawler
classic. I love it to be able to go back and take a look at the action like that, and we hope you enjoy it. And if you do, from time to time, we'll go back and take a look at some of the other great ones. That was Jerry the King Lawler going against NWA King Harley Race. Big action, and we appreciate you asking about it. Hey, right now, Lawler, Bill Superstar Dundee, series of bouts that provided some of the most exciting wrestling action that we have ever seen in over a quarter of a century of commentating on professional wrestling. Lawler and Dundee, every time they set their foot in the ring, you knew that you were going to see explosion, and that's what you saw. Imagine the night when the hair was at stake, and let's take a look and see Jerry the King Lawler against Bill Superstar Dundee. Hair is at stake. Lawler once again. Dundee almost out on his feet. I don't know what's holding him up except Lawler. Dundee has got to be out of it. Lawler, unmerciful, relentless in his attack. Dundee is absolutely out on his feet, and Lawler won't let him fall. Oh, man, he's out on his feet up there. Bill Dundee let up. We have just been told by the NWA representative at ringside that he is stopping the bout because, in his opinion, Dundee is in no condition to continue the bout. He is now explaining to referee Paul Morton. Look at Dundee. What a heart. This guy's heart's bigger than he is. He doesn't want to quit. The representative from the NWA. And apparently he has withdrawn. Wait a minute. He apparently has withdrawn the intervention. Dundee. I hope it wasn't a mistake to let it continue. Dundee was insistent on it, though. Lawler furiously ignoring the referee. He's going to disqualify him. Dundee just won't quit. Dundee was saying to the NWA official, I got my hair, I got my hair. What, Dundee wanted to continue?
Says his hair is at stake. Okay. He'll take all full responsibility. The NWA is not responsible for anything in this match.
NWA has withdrawn their intervention, and it goes on. And look at Dundee. Ooh, look at him now. Lawler just absolutely murdered him with a... Well, that was one of the great hair matches and one of the bouts between Dundee and Lawler. Here's another one that was right on Championship Wrestling, and some more action right back down at the Coliseum. You have never seen two contestants that battled each other as fiercely as the two of Jerry Lawler and Bill Dundee. Some of the classic confrontations in there, and you can better believe that when down the road those two got together, you can imagine what kind of a tag team. I just want to tell you, you do not want to go away, my friend, because a little bit later, one of the most incredible street brawls that I ever saw took place in the concession stand in Tupelo, Mississippi. We will have that for you later on Championship Wrestling. Right now, let's take time out for this. Okay, back
back to Channel 3's Championship Wrestling action coming up in just a moment. Tuesday night, yeah, back in the Garden on Tuesday, and I'm glad. Big action match going to open up with 4 matches in there, 3 singles and a tag match, including Billy Robinson against Tony Charles, plus a 10-man tag elimination match. And then Handsome Jimmy goes against Rick Morton in a single Southern Tag Team title match when Rich and Dundee face Yamamoto and Gypsy Joe. But the final match of the night going to be Jerry the King Lawler back in full force and action against the Dream Machine. And if he can beat the Machine, he'll get a 5-minute match with Jimmy Hart. Jerry, I got to ask you, my golly, it's been 11 months. I've been around you long enough to respect that recuperative powers, but there's a lot of questions. Anybody that had 2 bones broken in their leg, been out, people got to wonder, is the King going to be back in full shape?
Well, they can wonder all they want to. The people can wonder, they can question, they can have all the doubts in their mind that they want to have. But down there Tuesday night, I'm going to erase each and every one of them. You know, a lot of people have been talking, especially Jimmy Hart and the Dream Machine, saying things like, what do you do with a racehorse when he breaks his leg? You shoot him, right? Well, let me tell you something, Hart. This is one horse that hadn't run his last race. I ain't ready. I'm going to say this, Hart. You better hope and you better pray that somebody does shoot me between now and Tuesday, because that's the only thing that's going to save you, punk. Because you see, you got that Dream Machine. You went out and found an idiot, put a mask on him, brought him in here and think he's going to do me in. Well, you know, if you could win a match with your mouth, I might not show up down there Tuesday, because that's about all that fat slob can do is run his mouth. He's got Jimmy Hart convinced he can finish me off. Well, let me tell you something, Dream. I'm going to step over you just like walking over a piece of garbage, and I'm going to get to you, Hart. I don't care if you brought King Kong and Godzilla down there. Ain't nothing going to keep me from getting that 5 minutes, and there ain't going to be no referee in the ring, baby. Just you and I, Hart, and I'm going to have you back singing for drinks in those bars just where you were when I found you, punk. You remember that.
Okay, Jerry the King, and let me tell you, he is dead serious. Tuesday night, you will see it all.
Okay, Championship Wrestling continuing here with what I think is some most exciting action footage that we'd like for you to take a look at. This particular footage with the Championship Wrestling cameras traveled to the Mid-South Coliseum in Memphis, Tennessee, where Jerry the King Lawler came into second, a very good friend of his, Tony Charles, in a handicap match. And on the other side of the ring, the Dream Machine was the second for beautiful Bobby Eaton and for Jimmy Hart in that handicap match that they had with Tony Charles. I want you to see the action that took place outside the ring. This you'll want to see when Lawler and the Dream Machine have their first confrontation. Let's take a look.
once again, ladies and gentlemen, this feature bout right here with special stipulations. First, we'll introduce the participants in this bout. It is a handicap match and will operate like a tag team, or at least it's supposed to on the side that has the...
Watching, because confrontation that you don't want to miss will be coming up here. This is the introductions and so forth to the handicap match. Bobby Eaton, Jimmy Hart facing Tony Charles. Now remember, in this match, Charles's hair was up against the loser of the other team. Whoever lost the fall would have to leave town. Jerry Lawler, to be sure that Tony got a fair shake out of it with Hart and Eaton in there, came out to simply second second Tony Charles, and the Dream Machine came out to second the team of Hart and Eaton. Okay, let's get back as it actually happened.
The former junior heavyweight champion, Tony Charles. And in his corner, sitting at ringside, will be Jerry. In the event that Tony Charles should lose this, he has agreed to put his hair at stake. And our resident barber, Mr. Lang, is here, clippers in hand. We have the electricity, and he is here and set ready for this match. Should Tony lose it, he has volunteered to put his hair at stake.
At this point, a very wise decision, I think, being made by promoter Eddie Marlin. That due to the importance of the match, remember, Charles's hair was at stake in this, and of course, Eaton and Hart had the fact that they were going to have to get out of the wrestling business right there, whichever one lost. Promoter Eddie Marlin made the decision that both Lawler and the Dream Machine would be removed from the ringside area so that the bout could continue in a more or less orderly fashion in there. You saw what kind of tremendous thundering punch is still, in case you wondered, in that big right hand of Jerry the King Lawler when he banged the Dream Machine, and the Machine never thought he could go off his feet. But by golly, you're looking at a fist that broke the ribs of Jackie Fargo, Bob Armstrong, Jimmy Hart's jaw in two places. So obviously, the King still has got a whop. And remember this, too, that the Dream Machine was right back at him. That was just the first of the confrontations, and at this point, they're trying to get everybody cleared out so that the match can continue in order. If Tony Charles loses, he loses his hair. So because of the importance of the match, the promoter is sending both Lawler and the Dream Machine back.
Well, there it was. The action in there, a wise decision, I think, on a promoter's choice to take the Dream Machine and Jerry the King Lawler out. Boy, that was real fireworks, though. At the end, you could hear the Dream Machine screaming almost hysterically at Lawler, and I don't know whether that was fear or anger. I guess we'll find out at some point. Right now, we're going to take time out. We've got ourselves a big tag match coming up. We've got the Angel, Tony Russo, Tommy Gilbert, Karl. Look at some of those great moments. Held the World Heavyweight Championship for quite some time. Classic battle. The King went an entire 1 hour with him. Now, this was prior to Lawler becoming the World Heavyweight Champion. This, of course, is one of the confrontations with the fabulous Jackie Fargo.
of course, Handsome Jimmy, the last segment right there. We've got more action coming. We've got a third fall. I think we got time for it. We'll check and be right back after this. Lane and Paul Ellering, the big muscle man and holder of the world deadlift record a couple of years ago, as a matter of fact. And Ellering went in a match with Robert Gibson. It'll give you an idea just how strong this Ellering is, because Gibson, as you well know, some kind of competitor himself. Let's take a look at it. He broke away, but he moved back in. That would be a fine point to determine. Caught Robert right in the midsection with that leg knee. Drags him out of the corner, slams him in the center. Again, another slam from Paul Ellering. Backdrop all the way over. Oh, Gibson hit hard on his hip. One, and he kicks his way out. Robert hit on his back and his hip hard, and Ellering following it up. Wheels him into the corner. Again, another whip. And Gibson comes off the rope with a knee flying. Ellering, and I think, was going for a bear hug on him. No way to really tell. Robert ready. Across the ring by Gibson. Standing side headlock. Ellering is loose over the top with a leapfrog. And they both go down. Gibson and Ellering. Robert had shaken Ellering up. Robert Gibson, Paul Ellering. Ellering up first. Here comes Rick Gibson out. And he's after Jimmy Hart. And it's going to be a disqualification, I'm afraid. Whoa, Hart nailed Rick Gibson with his cane. Jack. Jumping on Robert Gibson. Rick was nailed with that cane by Jimmy Hart. That was quite a night of action, as a matter of fact, when Paul Ellering went against Robert Gibson. We've got more action. Speaking of it, another six-man tag match. It'll be coming up here, and it'll be a dandy, too. We'll be back for more action in just a moment. Continues to the ring in just a moment. It starts in the Louisville Gardens Tuesday night when Jerry the King Lawler faces the muscle man from Melrose, Minnesota, Paul Ellering.
Time has a way of bringing out the best in people, Lance Muscle. And time has funny ways of bringing things together. Jerry Lawler, for 6 months I was the champion. And for 6 months, every night that I got into the ring, the people said, wait till Jerry the King Lawler comes back. Wait till Jerry Lawler comes back. And for 6 nights, I went to bed feeling like I was not a champion, dreaming of what it would be like to beat you, Jerry Lawler. Jerry Lawler, I woke up with a cold sweat. I woke up crying because I wanted to be the champion that I was. Now, Jerry Lawler, I got one thing to prove as I live and breathe right now, Jerry Lawler. Look at me, Jerry Lawler. I got only one thing to prove in my lifetime. And that is that I can beat you. And that is that I can take that leg and break it again. Jerry Lawler, I only got one thing to prove, and I'm gonna do it. As I live and breathe on my father's grave, Jerry Lawler, you and me in Louisville, be there.
Tuesday night is when the action takes place. And if Lawler can get past the Muscle Man, he gets a handicap match with Jimmy Hart and a partner of his choice. You don't want to miss it, my friend. Be there Tuesday night at the Gardens.
That is safe. Back to Channel 3's championship wrestling action in a moment. Tuesday night, Louisville Gardens. Goodness gracious. Big card we'll give you fully later. Do want to mention 2 bouts you've got. Southern heavyweight title match. Yes, sir. Handsome Jimmy Valiant, the new champion, puts it on the line against the former champion, Bill Superstar Dundee. And in the main event, Jerry Lawler faces Joe LeDuc with special stipulations. We'll talk about that in a moment. Want to get Handsome in here. He is the new Southern heavyweight champ, one way or the other.
Woo, let's say it, Daddy. Handsom's back on top, baby. Whoa, way up there on top, Daddy. I've been on top of that mountain. I've looked both ways. Yeah, Daddy. Look at this new earring, brother. Hey, 27 carats. You know, I live in a commune, you know, and I got 7 or 8 old ladies, and they all pitched in. They said, Handsome Jimmy, after the tournament's over, I know you're going to deserve it. I know you're going to have the strength. So we all gonna pitch in, baby, and buy you this diamond 27 carats, Jack. I'll beat that Pepper Belly. Hey, if y'all ain't seen it, you'll see it soon today on TV. The Pepper Belly Guerrero. I beat him in 30 seconds. 30 seconds for the heavyweight strap. My strap. You know, I've had this 6 times. 6 times, Daddy, and I'm gonna keep it. Now, my first contender is Mr. Dundee the Flea. Dundee, you're smaller than Hector Guerrero. If I beat the Pepper Belly in 30 seconds, it must be about, what, 15 seconds, Snake? What do you think? 15 seconds for him. Woo, let's see. I feel good, baby. Mama, I'm coming home. It ain't gonna take me long, baby. It ain't gonna take me long with Dundee. Then back to the commune, baby. You know, my babies are waiting. My babies are waiting. Woo, let's see. Come and get it, Dundee. Come and get it, you.
Handsome Jimmy Valiant, he'll be facing a tougher nut than he thinks if he thinks he's going to do away with a superstar in 15 minutes, 15 seconds or so. You be there Tuesday night. 11 months of inactivity and disability for Jerry the King Lawler as a result of those 2 broken bones in his right leg, a lot of frustrations, a lot of financial loss, and a lot of other things. And by golly, I'll tell you what, he's been back 3 weeks, Dave, and I got to tell you,
he's made his mark.
Man, he has piled his way back. Jimmy Hart brought in here the big dream machine, 270-pounder, and Lawler dispensed him. Paul Ellering, the muscle man out of Melrose, came in, and Lawler the second week was able to take him. And last week, the Universal Heartthrob. And by golly, Austin Idol was defeated. We've got some highlights of those matches. Let's take a look and hear some comments from the King.
To have with me right now the King, Jerry Lawler. Jerry, you have come back. Some say stronger than ever. You have met the challenge of some of the most notorious wrestlers, if I can use that word, in the world today. You have taken their best, you have taken their measure, and you have walked out of that ring with your head high and victories under your belt. Yet you are continually faced with challenges by people trying to do you in.
You know, Michael, these past 3 weeks have been probably the most important weeks in my career, especially the first week. My first match back against Hart's #1 man at the time, the Dream Machine. It had had to be the most important match that would ever be in my career up to that point. I know there were a lot of doubts in people's minds, and there were, I must admit, some apprehensions in my own mind. Did the King still have it? Could he come back as good as ever? I knew this Dream Machine was going to be a tough opponent, and he turned out to be just that. He talks a good fight, and he fights a good fight once he's in the ring. The guy was as tough and as strong as any opponent I've been in there with, and I must admit, after just a few minutes of the match, I was really concerned. I had concerns about my leg. I was wondering if it would hold up, if the stamina would still be there. But after, say, 10, 12 minutes into the match, I realized that I started getting that good feeling. I realized it was still there, and I was going to make it. And I was able to do away with this Dream Machine, the guy that Jimmy Hart, had claimed was the greatest wrestler. He claimed that he was going to be the man to put me back out of action for another 11 months, or permanently at least. And I was able to come out victorious over this guy. Now, Jimmy Hart had... the one reason I really wanted this match was because it gave me a shot at Jimmy Hart, and that was one of the most important things to me at the time. But also, I knew that I had something to prove. I knew that I had to prove to the fans that had supported me over the years here that the King was truly back.
Well, the man came after you with everything I think a wrestler could possibly come after another athlete with. He tried everything to put you under. And for the way you've come back, I have heard other wrestlers talk, especially your friends, say that you have come back with more, they've seen you with more intestinal fortitude, with more drive and more stamina than ever before. Yet this man, the fans are seeing the action of this match right now. This man just came out after you with everything except the kitchen sink.
Well, without a doubt, Jimmy Hart had the man pumped up sky high. He had told him that he was going to be the man to put me back out. I'm sure he had a price on my head. He was going to pay the man a lot of money, and he had built his ego up over a period of weeks, and it was like he was chomping at the bit, so to speak, by the time the bell rang. And he did give me one of the hardest battles that I've ever had, but I was able to come out victorious. And like you said, though, as soon as I stepped out of the ring, there was Hart right there with another challenge. He brought in, another one of his top wrestlers, the man who had taken my place while I was out with the injury. He showed up with Paul Ellering.
Well, Paul Ellering, I'm aware, or I have been made aware of the fact that he has been on not only a nationwide tour, but a 3-nation tour where he was undefeated in many sections of this country, in Mexico, across the water in Japan. He came into town to do one thing, and I'm sure, without a doubt, you know who is behind this. He was in to destroy you. He had made some comments to that nature. Yet he came in that ring. He came in that ring breathing fire. But again, you came to the challenge.
Well, it was the 2 days after my leg was broken there. Wasn't even really warm in the hospital bed. I turned on the TV, and I knew I hadn't had a call from Jimmy Hart, and I just figured, well, something's wrong. I know he'll get in touch with me. I turned on the TV, and here is Jimmy Hart, and what is he doing? He's out there on TV. He's got my crown, and he's putting it on the head of Paul Ellering, telling everybody that Lawler's like an old racehorse. When he's broken his leg, you might as well shoot him because he's finished. And now I've got the new king of wrestling, Paul Ellering, here. Well, Paul Ellering dominated wrestling around this area for 6 or 7 months, but I understand that every time he stepped in the ring, the fans were telling him, Paul Ellering, wait till the king gets back. And that's what I was thinking about. I thought about him for a long, long time. So I was ready for this match. I wanted it more than Ellering wanted it, because I wanted to prove to him and prove to the fans that, I wanted to show them exactly who the real king was. And I think when the match was over, Paul Ellering kind of tucked his tail, and he may have had second thoughts about listening to Jimmy Hart and having him come back in, because, like you said, he was on an impressive win streak. He had gone undefeated since he left this area, and now that record is marred, and I don't know if he's going to be too happy about coming back in when Jimmy Hart calls for him again.
Well, I tell you, the man came in. You've got to admit that Paul Ellering has to be one of the strongest wrestlers, as for pure physical strength, of anyone. But yet again, you came to the ring ready for action, and you did the man in. You walked away with from that ring with your head very high. and with a victory under your belt?
Well, it's a mental thing, Mike, as much as a physical. You know, he was tremendously built athlete. He held a world deadlift record, and but then, like I said, I had something to prove, and I've proven it to Hart, and I've proven it to the fans, and I came out on top of Ellering, and just as soon as Ellering was gone, Hart came up with
Your challenge was not over, and none other than Austin Idol. Here's a man that is world-renowned, a man that is respected in some circles of wrestling as probably one of the most hated men in some circles of wrestling. He came to the ring again with fire in his eyes, with the idea to put Jerry Lawler out of wrestling once and for all.
Well, you know, I have to admit, Michael, when I heard that that Hart had hooked up with Austin Idol, it did cause me some concern, because give the devil his due, Austin Idol is the man who has hospitalized me in the past probably more than any other wrestler. He broke my hand. He caused me internal bleeding that I was hospitalized for 2 weeks with. He tried to blind me one time by throwing some ink or dye into my eyes, and caused me a hospitalization there. And I knew that this man, you know, there's a saying in sports, or sometimes when somebody has somebody's number. Well, that's what Hart thought. He and Idol, I'm sure, both thought that Idol was the man that had my number. He had done it in the past, and he thought he could do it again. So I was concerned when he called for Idol. But like I said, it was just a process of sitting down, getting myself mentally prepared for the match. When a guy does things like Austin Idol has done to me in the past, it's something that you never forget. It's like a scar that you carry from now on. And you know, I've thought about Austin Idol a lot in the past. Sometimes on a cold day when the hand is kind of stiff, you know, that's the first thing that goes through my mind. So I thought, well, here's an opportunity to not only show Hart that he's not going to be able to keep bringing in these guys, that it's not going to do him any good, but also to get some revenge on a man who's caused me a lot of pain and agony in the past. And the fan support was terrific, and I was able to come out on top once again. And I'm just trying to prove to Hart that I'm going to get to him one way or the other. I don't care who he brings in. I don't care who I have to go through. I'll answer any challenge, but I'm going to, my number one, my main objective at the end of the road, after I go through all of his opponents, I'm going to get to Hart, and I want him out of the wrestling business.
Well, Jerry, you have certainly come back stronger than ever, I might add, in continued success and continued good luck in that ring. But for goodness sakes, and I'm sure the fans would reiterate this point, please be careful. It's the King, Jerry Lawler.
Match, all three of them, as a matter of fact. They are most impressive wins over three very formidable opponents, and maybe the most formidable, Joe Ledoux, coming up.
Yes.
We got more action. We'll be back to it in just a moment. Tag match coming up. Eddie Gilbert Coco Ware against the Bounty Hunters. That'll be coming up in just a few minutes. Coming in right now, the man we were just talking about, the King. You got to be feeling awfully good after looking at the highlights of three very, very tough guys.
I feel so good, it's hard to put it into words. I feel really good today. I got some great things to tell the people. First of all, as you know, last week I was able to come out victorious and win Jimmy Hart's gold record.
Yes, you did.
And that is all that I've heard all week, you know, from a lot of the fans. They've said, you're not going to really throw that record in the river, not a gold record. You know, I got to thinking I could have that thing melted down, make some nice jewelry or something, a ring or something. So I checked up in Nashville with some friends of mine, and I found out that the records are only gold-plated. And, I mean, you know, they would have some value, but really the main value is to Jimmy Hart. And I think that I want to see the look on his face as he sees that gold record of his that he's so proud of sink slowly to the bottom of that river down there. So what I'm going to do today, this afternoon at 4 o'clock, I'm not going to block any traffic or anything. I'm going to stop and I'm going to walk right up on that bridge. So if anybody wants to come down there and see this little event, 4 o'clock today, the old bridge down there, downtown, the old bridge, and I'm going to walk right up on the middle of that, and I'm going to take that precious gold record of yours, Jimmy Hart, and we're going to drop it right to the bottom of that river.
He'd be out there in a scuba gear trying to go get it.
Yeah, I hope he is. I hope that wimp does that.
Tie an anchor to it.
Let me tell you something. He better get himself some scuba gear or get himself another guitar or something, because after this week, Hart is going to have to find himself a new profession. Now, I know I've told you, I've come out here and I've told the people that my main objective since returning to action was to get Jimmy Hart out of wrestling. You know that, Lance.
Yes, absolutely. As a matter of fact, you said that during the recuperation.
That is right. Well, finally, it has finally come down to the opportunity to do just that. Because I don't know if you've told the people about the stipulations on the upcoming match. Well, let me tell them. Because this is the greatest thing that has ever been since sliced bread. Joe LeDuc. Jimmy Hart has gone out and gotten Joe LeDuc. And I'm sure that they've talked and they have both convinced each other that Joe LeDuc is the man that can do the job. He's the man that can put me back out of wrestling, re-break my leg or whatever. Well, let me tell you something. The stipulation on this upcoming match is not if, but when I beat Joe LeDuc. You're going to love this, Lance. I love it. When I beat Joe LeDuc, they're going to take you, Jimmy Hart, you little wimp, gutless wonder that you are, and they're going to take a pair of handcuffs. They're going to handcuff those slimy little wrists of yours, and they're going to handcuff you to that top rope, Jimmy Hart. And then we're going to pull that shirt off and expose that little wimpy back of yours. And while you're handcuffed to that top rope, I'm going to get myself a leather strap, a nice, big, thick, wide, like a razor strap, Lance. And I get to give Jimmy Hart 10 lashes. 10 big ones, baby. Now, let me tell you the great part about this stipulation, though, is you're going to be standing right in that corner, and you're going to have this microphone. And Hart, at any time you want to, after that first lash, and I promise you, I swear I could bring blood with every lick. But any time after the first one, all you got to do is say into this microphone, I've had enough. You don't have to take the other 9. You can just say, I've had enough. But if you say, any time between 1 and 10, if you say, I've had enough, then you are out of wrestling. That's the stipulation that Eddie Marlin has put on there. You are barred for good. You can get yourself another job, punk. And I promise you, Jimmy Hart cannot take 10. He will take 1. That's about all I think he can take. And after that 1, he is going to have to say into that microphone, I give up. And when you say that, Hart, it's goodbye, baby.
This is the crowner to get him out of the business right here, because you know that when you start unloading, he's not going to be able to take all of them, and he'll quit.
That is
I got to say this, Jerry, and while you have been a man of your word, and the Dream Machine and Ellering and Austin Idol are history, of all of the guys, probably all of the guys all over professional wrestling in the world that I know of, the toughest, the most physical guy that I know of is Joe LeDuc. Now, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm simply saying that you must remember back. We went back and dug out some of our old tapes and some of the matches a couple of years ago with you and LeDuc. And not to try to rub it in any wounds or anything, but I want to remind you by looking at this, if you stay right here with me, to see some of the things that Joe LeDuc did to Jerry the King Lawler when they were wrestling.
We're going to watch that now, huh?
Let's take a look at it.
Thought you would be interested in seeing the contest called an arm-pulling contest. Now, in this match, the entire idea is Joe LeDuc puts some cuffs on, one on each arm, with a rope at the end of each cuff. He gets himself into a bear hug position, locking his hands. 10 people have been selected from the audience, 5 on each side. They start. They don't jerk it. That's not the way it goes. They have to have a steady, slow pull to see if the 10 men have the strength to pull the hands of Big Joe LeDuc apart. Here's what the exciting couple of minutes of action with that arm-pulling contest and Joe LeDuc looked like. Joe LeDuc is set in the ring. 5 men on each side, selected from the audience. A total of 10 men. The idea here is not to jerk the arms away, but a slow, steady pull to see whether the strength of 10 men is enough to pull the giant bear hug of Joe LeDuc apart. LeDuc will attempt to hold it for about 15 to 30 seconds. Everybody is set. Eddie Marlin, promoter Herman Sheffield. They'll be counting 1, 2, 3, go, and then the pull starts. There they go. One side's pulling the other. They're pulling back. Look at LeDuc hold on against 10 men with those hands locked firmly in that bear hug grip. Joe LeDuc holding against 10 men And that's it. He did it. He was able to withstand the strength and pull of 10 men. So the victor is going to be Joe LeDuc in the arm pulling contest. Well, that's what it looked like when 10 guys pitted their strength against Joe LeDuc's bear hug. One interesting note in there, in looking back on it, the strap on the right-hand side, actually right at the end of it, the strap broke before LeDuc's grip did. He was holding against 10 men, and he was successful in being able to keep the 10 men from pulling that bear hug apart. And with Lawler by the throat, he backs into the rope. The referee starts the count. LeDuc breaks it, throws him. Big backdrop. King. Lawler missed, slammed that shoulder into the post. Now LeDuc hammering Lawler once again. Lawler, bull with that right hand of Joe LeDuc. Big Joe whips him. Oh. Referee Jerry Calhoun trying to break him up because they are on the ropes. Now LeDuc gets him away from the ropes. Resets his hands. Big Joe. A stinging right hand.
Yeah, it was Jean-Louis in there with Joe LeDuc, and this guy is possessed. He is so masked.
He's a nut. He's an idiot. He's a goof. That's what he is. He's strong, he's big, he's tough. That's right. Yeah, I've had some tough battles with him. You know, I don't forget him. I got a scar on my leg where he picked me up, threw me over a table, you know, cut the muscle in half on my leg. You know, he's tough. But Lance, with the stipulation like I got on this match, he's not going to stand in the way of getting rid of Jimmy Hart. I'm going to go through LeDuc just like I did the rest of those 3 jerks, and I'm going to beat him, and I'm going to get the Hart. That's it.
Well, you hear it very simply from the King. Stick around a second. I'd like for you to look at this tag match we got coming up, if you would, okay?
Yeah, sure.
We're going to take time out right now, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Joe LeDuc a little bit ago, Jerry, and you said the guy's a nut. There is no question about it, in my own mind, that he is not only possessed, he is, in fact, a little short in the deck upstairs in there. A couple of years ago, you probably remember the incident in there. He did something that is proof of the pudding because no sane man would ever do. And you know I'm talking about that blood oath with that axe in there. And I've had people say, oh, he didn't really do that. Man, I said the same thing standing there. I couldn't believe he was doing it. I want to show you what this guy did in case you missed it.
Everybody say that I'm sick and I'm crazy. Yeah! Shut up, I gotta talk. Yeah, I got a busted head. I got a busted head, Jerry Lawler. So what? I had a busted head when I was born. So who cares? But I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do, Jerry Lawler. You tell everybody how crazy I am. I'm going to show you I'm not that crazy. I'm going to take a note. You know what that is? Well, I'm going to tell you what it is. In the lumber camp in Canada, when you do something very important, when you want to do something very important, you take a note. And you make a scar on your body somewhere to remind you in case you don't do it, and to remind you not to look at yourself in the mirror. Never! Well, I'm going to do it now, boy. I'm going to show you, punk. This is an axe, and this is an arm. I'm going to show you, punk.
I'm going to cut my arm. And if I don't do what I tell you Monday night, I'll never be able to look at myself in the mirror as long as I live. But I'm going to do it. Now, Jerry Lawler, you hear this. Jerry Lawler, you hear this. Right now, Jerry Lawler, I'm going to mess up your face. And that's the last match I lost with you, Jerry Lawler. Look at that. All right. You see it right here. Look at it, boy. Now, do me a favor. Do me a favor, Jerry Lawler. Do not show up Monday night at that Coliseum, because this car right here, it's going to get you hurt. It's going to get you hurt.
Boy, I couldn't believe it. I was standing right next to him, and every time I look at it, I could not believe that anybody who was sane would do anything
well,
like that.
You said it right there.
Oh.
He's obviously not sane. He's an idiot.
But
he's a goof.
The outcome of that particular one was one of the most serious injuries that the King ever had following that oath that he made. And I know you don't have to be reminded of this. You remember? He held you up in the air. We were sitting down at the timer's desk, that big oak table, and LeDuc threw you like a spear right out of that ring, and you hit right on the edge of that thing that caught. I'll never forget that. The indentation where he hit, you could put 3 fingers on. We weren't going to show a lot of, I know you remember, but I did want to show just a little bit of it here. This is Jerry Lawler and Joe LeDuc.
LeDuc, look out! Louis right over the top rope.
Boy, I tell you, what a scary thing. I know it must have been for you, because you were way up there in the air. I'm sitting down there watching your body just sail.
That's right. He threw me. It cut the muscle right in half of my leg, and it, I had to have some surgery on that. Still got the scar. So what it boils down to is that Joe LeDuc, because of me, has a scar on his arm that he looks at every day. And I, because of Joe LeDuc, have a scar on my leg that I see every day. So we think a lot about each other, and I just can't wait to see him again face to face.
Okay. We're going to take time out. We've got a second fall of that big tag match coming up. Be back to it in a moment.
Coming to the ring now, ladies and gentlemen, a wrestler who formerly held the CWA World Heavyweight crown. He was the longtime holder of the AWA Southern Heavyweight title, as well as the Southern Tag Team co-holder. Coming to the ring, Jerry the King Lawler. His opponent in this feature main event tonight has been secured by manager Jimmy Hart. Coming to the ring, one of the top 10 rated managers in the world of professional wrestling, Jimmy Hart. Without... He must going to be wrestling by himself. Where's he going?
Come here, Russell. Read this, man.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing the man who held the Southern Heavyweight Championship without a loss for 7 consecutive months, the man that Jerry Lawler ducked and dodged.
Come on, read it, man. Don't sit up there blowing.
Ducked and dodged during that period of time because Lawler was afraid of getting his brains beat out. The man who currently holds the New York State Championship, weighing in at 284, from Pampa, Texas, Big Ron Bass. Ron Bass. Well, this is the man that Jimmy Hart has brought in to try to do in Jerry the King Lawler. Hart at ringside as Lawler is dwarfed. Big, rough, and mean wrestler. uses a bulldog. Reversal, and Lawler is whipped in by Ron Bass. He's got a man here that can hurt him quick. Lawler ducks under one and scores his first big lick. Lawler blocks a right hand, snaps those punches back at him and puts Bass down. And a whip. Ooh, big elbow. And a large one takes another from Lawler. One, and there's Hart. He fell out on the floor. And there goes Lawler out on the floor over by Hart. Hart kicking him in the back. Hart into it with one of the wrestling fans. Bass grabs Lawler, bounces him right down into that chair on the floor. Hart trying to rub it in. Lawler pounded down on the timer's table into the front row. Bass slammed him in there. And Bass nails him with a chair. Boy, he's taken this no disqualification right to Hart. He pounded Lawler right on top of the head with that chair. And Lawler maybe, now there he comes. He was down, but not out. We're coming up on 8 minutes of wrestling action on Lawler. But if Lawler can beat Bass, Lawler gets to whip Hart. And again, with that metal chair, Lawler is nailed and decked. Reverse neckbreaker. Down Lawler goes. 10 minutes pass. 10 minutes pass. As that atomic knee drop. One of the great trademarks of the King, that ability to take punishment and recuperate. And swinging at him. Lawler trying to shake it off. Gets that adrenaline going. Hart saying, finish him, finish him. I don't know what he thinks Bass been trying to do. Bass receiving the fury of the King. Boy, he is earning the blood money that Hart paid him as Lawler pounds him with about 6 straight rights. And another. Hart having a fit. Lawler from the second rope. Flies out there and nails Bass. That's going to be it. 13:37, Jerry Lawler the winner. You think that was not some kind of a contest? Big Ron Bass, the wild bull of Pampa, Texas. About 3 minutes worth of a tribute to the universal heartthrob Austin Idol. We're going to play it. We said we would, and we will. Let's take a look at it.
And here they are, our special guests, the Idolaters.
A neck-sucking dog. He even made fun of his family. Well, he said he had one word to say to you, pal. Indeed! Harley Race! Soon the mat will meet your face, and you'll go down in disgrace. A second place, Harley Race. Wrestler number 2? Well, how can I know for sure? Hey, let me take off that mask. An imposter! Ow, Ric Flair! Woo! Man, I think you're nowhere. I bet you even dye your hair. Ugh, what a square. I mean, L7. Leg lock. You don't need no drop kick to beat an escaped convict. Yeah! Hearts off! Come on, come on, come on, come on now! Hearts off! With the body of Apollo and the mind of Einstein. Hearts off! Yeah, he's the hero and you're the zero. Hearts off! Let's rock! Let's do the Vegas leg lock! Come on out, wrestler number 2. We know you're in there. Take off that mask. Don't sit down and imposter. Take off that mask. We're going to send you. We're going to send you back into the pen. We're going to take you back to Alcatraz. Come on out, wrestler number 2. We're going to send you back to the pen where you belong.
There they are.
How many records does that sell? 1? That's the worst band I've ever heard in my life. That's Punches to Steel. That's called Wild Thing.
Sounds like a little professional jealousy. Against Billy and Tommy Rich, well, you betcha, fireworks and a half. Coming out to the ring for this match, before they ever got to the ring or really in the proximity of it, the bounty hunters jumped Rich and Dundee, as you can see almost back in there. They busted Billy. Kent hit him with a shoe with these boots, those boots that he wears in there, and really split Billy open bad. They had to take him back to the dressing room, and this is all before the action ever got started in the ring. It happened on the way to the ring, as a matter of fact, and it was some kind of a mess. Well, Tommy Rich, of course, was then faced with a situation. What he wanted to do was to get a substitute to go in there for him, for Billy. The referee said, no, you can't do this. So what Tommy elected to do, is we had seen it one other time, and we saw it right here on Championship Wrestling, was to come back to the ring, and rather than just give up the belts and lay them down, Tommy elected to go in there and battle them himself. Well, of course, the bounty hunters with Jimmy Kent are formidable enough for any 2 guys, much less having 1 man to have to battle and face in there. And you can tell that the Kent and the bounty hunters are plenty pleased with the action that took place prior to this championship match. And Tommy Rich still, at this point, he is talking to the referee, trying to get a reasonable explanation, saying, hey, you know, you could just eliminate a team right away. But the rules and the stipulations call for it, the fact that either the 1 man would have to get in there and try to defend the championship belts, or they're going to have to forfeit him. There is no such thing as a substitute, and you can understand that for the simple fact that when two men win the belts, they're the ones that have to defend it. Like that, have to defend the thing. But Rich had made up his mind there wasn't going to be any laying down on it, so by golly, I'll tell you what he did. He climbed up in that ring, and he was ready to go, at least whatever was into him, to be able to go against these bounty hunters. And, of course, Jimmy Kent at ringside, always a threat and always something you have to take a look for. The bounty hunters found that it was not going to be as easy as they thought with just one man in there, because Tommy Rich, determined and really fired up after the event of where Dundee had been clobbered with that boot and brutally busted open. So Tommy Rich, as you can see right now, he is really going after the bounty hunters. And let's take a listen to the action.
That's David Novak in the ring now. His brother Jerry, his partner. They wrestle as the bounty hunters, and David pounded with the elbow. There's a tag on Jerry. When they jumped Dundee, busted him open. Kent hit him with a boot coming out. Billy had to be carried back to the dressing room. Rich and Dundee had the options to forfeit the belts, or Tommy to face them by himself. And while it's an admirable thing for Tommy to be in there battling, boy, these two guys are big enough when you got two men, much less with one man trying to face both the bounty hunters. Tommy will get no rest. Booming broad arm, and Rich right back with one of a kind. Tommy Rich. Tommy's got Billy's blood all over him. And the bounty hunter drops with the elbow one. Tommy kicks his way out. One fall, 60-minute time limit bout. I don't really think there's any way that Tommy could go 60 minutes. He's going to have to get a pin as quick as he can. Drops an elbow on Jerry Novak and goes back to work on David. There's a tag out. Takes him down to the canvas. Rich rolls out of the way. Tommy using his head as well as all of his physical abilities. The bounty hunters together. Southern tag title belts on the line. No disqualification. One fall and one man. Rich against the bounty hunters. Tommy goes for a cover. Too close to the ropes, and the other bounty hunter got him. Drops down with that elbow on the bounty hunter. Again, Rich nails him. Hops to the ropes. Drops straight down with that elbow. He's got Jerry Novak bleeding. At It makes up for a little of the blood that they got off of Dundee before this bout ever started. Rich covers. 2. They both jumped him. As Jerry Novak kicked, David was in hitting him. Wildfire Tommy Rich. The rest. Remember, he's been there all by himself. He leaps again with that elbow. He's had to stay in there all the way with both of them. Rich won. But David Novak breaks it up and fires Tommy over the top rope. Here comes Kent. Blasts him with a boot. And Rich is trying to pull himself back up in the ring. He makes it. Bleeding, Jerry Novak bleeding, but the fresher of the two, David, is in there, ripping on Tommy Rich. He's been in there all 10 minutes of it by himself. Rich trying to tag out to the referee, anything to get a little relief. He has taken all of the abuse the bounty hunters have dished out. On a double backdrop. Count of 1, count of 2. He saves it as he kicks his way out. Tommy not about to give it up. Drop kick. He got them both. Kent over there hollering, get up, get up. Swinging away, but you can tell he is rock tired from the effort of going against guys as big. Here comes Dundee. He grabs Kent, slams him down. His head bandaged is out. Rich over. He makes the tag on Dundee. The little Aussie comes flying in there. Covered with his own blood. He's not stopped. Jimmy Kent, whose hair is at stake, enters the ring.
Woolly Bounty Hunters went on to win it and get the Southern Tag Team Championship belts. Some kind of a bout, Dave. Yeah. We'll be back. Austin Idol, Universal Heartthrob. Well, I'll tell you what, I have been around Idol a good bit over the last years in wrestling. He lost a match to Jerry the King Lawler. The aftermath of it produced some fire and a burn and so forth.
We had an interview, more or less of an interview, with Austin Idol. You got to take a listen to this guy, and can I tell you, he was. We wanted to get a word or two with Austin Idol to talk to him regarding the...
I'm going to give you a word or two. I'm going to give you a lot more than that. Lawler, you're nothing but a... You better listen to me, Lawler. You better listen damn good. I had you beat right in the middle of that ring, and everybody saw it, and look what you did to my neck! Look at my neck! You're nothing but scum! And I hate your filthy, stinking guts. I've headlined every major arena in the entire country. I've headlined the Cow Palace. I've headlined Madison Square Garden. I've headlined the Spectrum in Philadelphia. Darling, I've done it all. I am the king of the road. And you intentionally tried to disfigure me. I had the figure four locked in. I had it clamped down, and then I looked up and I saw that filthy, stinking look in your eyes of hatred when you threw that ball of fire, and luckily I was quick enough to move out of the way. Otherwise, you'd have blinded me permanently. I knew you were going for my eyes, Lawler. I knew you were going for my eyes, but unfortunately, you didn't get them. But you did get my neck. Yeah, you burnt my neck, Lawler. Yeah, it hurts. It hurts right now. I can feel the pain down into my guts, and it hurts, Lawler. And believe me, if you've ever believed anything in your sick life, you better believe this. That when I get a chance, and I don't care where it is, Lawler, believe me, I don't care where it is or how I have to do it. But believe me, I am going to take you out. And I just don't mean out of wrestling, Lawler. I mean I'm going to take you out. Believe me, I'm going to get you, and I'm going to get you good. I hate your filthy, stinking guts. You're scum!
Well, I'll tell you could just feel generated anger in there. Austin Idol and some comments to Jerry the King Lawler. We're going to see great matches we've seen in a long time. We've made a lot of glowing comments about Tony Charles, the former junior heavyweight champ, and what a great wrestler the little Welshman is. And, of course, Billy Robinson, who is obviously, with the credentials of being the world heavyweight champ, pretty doggone fair himself. These two guys met in a stunning end. I want you to stay tuned all the way. Look at this. Tony Charles against Billy Robinson. Oh, 20-minute time limit match. Boy, what a bout this has been. Oh, really something. It's a one-fall 20-minute bout. This came about after Robinson had wrestled Tony in a 15-minute match. And Tony held him to a draw, and there Robinson said another 5 minutes, although Tony is a great wrestler, and Robinson gives him all the credit in the world. What a hip toss from Robinson. Pulls him in, hooks him behind with the arms, puts the head in there on a semi-surfboard. Now he's trying to bring the arms out. Tony trying to pinwheel out of this one. Referee Jerry Calhoun keeping a close eye. It's been a very clean match. Robinson brings him back around and Charles just kept on going, took him over. Watch Robinson now. What a move. He's got him. 1, 2, and Tony Charles right at that moment flipped out. Robinson caught in midair. Tony up. Look at that. He's got Robinson, but they reverse it, and Tony back. Roll around. He's down 1, and Charles is out of it. Holy mackerel, what a series. Moves and counter. 2 minutes to wrestle. 2 minutes to go. Tony Charles and Robinson using all of the ploys, all of the counters. And back to the feet first is Charles. He couldn't get him, but Robinson obviously not pleased that he was unable to get the little Welshman. Tony Charles, Billy Robinson, sensational wrestling match. And Robinson, as Charles moved in with a hand out, caught him with a broad arm. Nothing illegal, but Tony kicked out of it.
Robinson getting hot now. You can see the big guy, that determined look on his face. He takes him around in that reverse neck breaker. Tony's down. Time running close. Billy thinks he's got him 1, 2, and Charles kicks out again. 1 minute, 60 seconds to wrestle. Only 60 seconds to go. Robinson fires him in, catches him with a big chop, covers him up again with less than a minute to go, and on the 3rd count, Charles got out. Referee signifying only a 2 count. Robinson up. Oh, there's that backbreaker. Boy, he's putting it on. 30 seconds left. Only 30 seconds left. Charles with a foot up on the rope. Robinson. Illegal that time. He used his fist, I'm sure. And again, Tony up on there. 15 seconds, 15 seconds. 10 seconds. Robinson cannot get the pin, and the bell time is up. And that's going to be it. The time limit has expired. The 20-minute time limit has expired. It is a draw. 20-minute time limit has expired. It is a draw. Billy Robinson, Tony Charles. Billy Robinson now getting on the microphone. He's trying to get Charles to come back in for 5 more minutes. Robinson really insulting Tony Charles. Picking on his heritage, his Welshman. And here comes Charles back in. The referee says let her go. 5 more minutes. The referee indicated ring the bell on 5 additional minutes. Tony Charles is back in there, but Robinson got just what he wanted. Taking advantage. He nailed Charles right away. 1, 2. But Charles's foot again is up over the ropes. And it breaks the count in there. Robinson has been unsuccessful in getting that 3rd count. Boy, he whammed Tony Charles down. Tony again by the ropes, lays the foot on the ropes. And Robinson starting to really get nasty about it. Robinson has great admiration for Charles. I think it's a matter of principle with him. And Charles gets that foot up over the ropes again. 4 minutes. There are 4 remaining minutes. Count of 1, 2, and Tony Charles with Robinson in a cramp position. And they are in and out of it as they're kicking and breaking the holds. Robinson, Charles, momentum roll under the ropes, and that's going to be a break right there. This is a special added 5 minutes of the match as Robinson nails Charles as he came up off the floor with a forearm, a broad arm uppercut, a reversal on the whip, and Robinson into the turnbuckles. Big drop kick from Tony. Tony ducks under, takes him over the top. Robinson trying to Boston crab him. Tony whips out. 2 minutes to go. He got it!
There it was, and by golly, I'll tell you what, it was something to see. Want to bring him in here right now, Tony. Okay, we're going to be back to Channel 3's championship wrestling action in the ring in just a moment, and what a program. Don't you dare miss any of this, because it is a super day. One of the most unbelievable and outlandish things happens a little bit later on, so don't dare go away. Listen, coming up Monday night, if you got that, not Tuesday night in the Louisville Gardens, Monday night, February the 23rd is the date, Monday night, the action will be underway in the Gardens with Dutch Mantell facing Sonny King, a Southern Tag title match with no time and no disqualification. The Bounty Hunters with Jimmy Kent will be defending against the Superstar Bill Dundee and Wildfire Tommy Rich. Then a Southern Heavyweight title match. Jerry the King Lawler will be challenging Handsome Jimmy Valiant to see if he can regain that title that he calls his title. Additionally, there will be a CWA World Heavyweight title match when Billy Robinson, who was upset by Tony Charles, will have to put the belt on the line this time, so the World Heavyweight belt will be on the line. Then a special added match. You'll understand it all when you watch the entire program. Jerry Lawler faces the Universal Heartthrob, Austin Idol. I want to call Jimmy Hart and Handsome Jimmy Valiant in here.
Handsome Jimmy's back. Look at him, baby. Isn't he beautiful? Look at this. Southern Heavyweight Champion.
Yes, he is right now.
Woo, you know, Louisville's my hometown, lad Russell. My grandma still lives there. Hi, Grandma, I love you, baby. I'm coming to Louisville, Mama. I'm coming back, baby. You know, I'm the only hero Louisville's got, baby. Hey, the basketball team stinks, Jack. Yeah. How about Colonel? The Colonel died, Jetty. The Colonel died. Hey, the Derby's nothing. The Derby's nothing. Handsome Jimmy's everything. They're champion. They love me there. Jerry Lawler, this is my home, baby. This is mine, Jack. I love the people. I love my mama, and I love this belt. Jerry Lawler, you got me, Lawler.
Jerry the King Lawler. Son of a gun, you've been, your attention has been elsewhere up to this point, Jerry. It's kind of been directed at Jimmy Hart and the vendetta about Hart, but I know now that you are turning your attention to bigger and better things, I might say, a Southern Heavyweight title. You're looking for Handsome Jimmy Valiant, who's got that title around his waist.
Well, you know, you're right about one thing. Up until now, that has been my primary objective, is to get my hands on Jimmy Hart every chance I can. I've had some, you know, matches with stipulations where if I won the match, I would get a shot at Jimmy Hart. Right. I love that. I love when he's around the ring, because when he's around there, I know I'm going to get my hands on Jimmy Hart. And then I had a few matches where, you know, he was barred. I didn't really like that. I want Hart out there where I can get a little piece of him every chance I get. It's been my primary objective, and it'll always be my objective, because I've said it. And, you know, you can't come on television in front of 300,000 people and tell them you're going to do something and then back out of it. I said that before I'm through, one of these days, I'll get rid of Jimmy Hart. I put him in the wrestling business, and I'll put him out of it, and that's going to be my objective. But when other opportunities come up, such as this one has, naturally I'm going to take that. And you're right, I'm going after the belt, and I don't call it the belt, I call it my belt. I was never beaten for the belt, and I'm going to, you know, when I had my leg broken, Handsome Jimmy was strutting around, shooting his mouth off. He even had my crown. Well, I took my crown back away from him when I had a broken leg and my leg in a cast. I want Valiant to know that I'm coming after him now, and my leg is as well as it's ever been, and he's got my belt, and I want it. And another thing I like about this match is the fact that Jimmy Hart is managing Handsome Jimmy. He will be at ringside, and Hart, I hope you get your nose, your stinking little rotten slimy face, just anywhere close to that ring, because I'll beat your brains out. And I'm going to walk out of that ring this week with my belt back around my waist.
Jerry, okay, admirable. I got to say this, though. I know how you have a tendency to kiss off opponents of all varieties and species that are some pretty doggone tough guys and all. And not for the purpose of doing this. I want to tell you that for a fact. But as an interesting thing, I was going back through the tape file, of course, that we keep with Championship Wrestling, and I was astounded how many times Handsome Jimmy beat the stew out of you. Now, that's the pure, simple fact of the matter. He used all variety of it. Okay, now wait, I want you to sit here with me on it. And it was not for the purpose of this, but...
What was the purpose?
The purpose was just simply to review, because I knew you were coming up for a Southern Heavyweight shot. I wanted to take a look at it, but I want to share with our Championship Wrestling viewers some of the action with Jimmy Valiant and Jerry Lawler. Let's take a look at it.
Rolling into Memphis, TWA. Tell all the ladies, Handsome Jimmy's on his way. I'm a rocker and a roller, a little funky Jew.
In the mouth with the point of his elbow. And Lawler takes a big one from Jimmy Valiant off the ropes. inspecting Valiant before he goes back to work on Lawler. Valiant really going after him now. Valiant goes after the cut. Handsome Jimmy pouring it on now. Referee Jerry Calhoun backs him out of the corner and lets Lawler out. Ooh. Lawler taking quite a pounding now.
Come on, Jerry. Come on, baby. Come on.
Valiant using his shoe. Oh, no shoe then. He tagged him. We're coming up on 5 minutes of action, one fall, 60-minute time limit bout. As Valiant banging away hard on Lawler.
Come on, Jerry.
There's the 5-minute call, and at the 5-minute point, Lawler in trouble. Lawler knocked from the ring apron, knocked him all the way over. This could be it. 1, 2, and Harley kicks him. Where does he get it from? Once again, Lawler with a pile driver. No disqualification. Remember that. Harley very close to the ropes. The referee's still down. Lawler. Here comes Jim Valiant. Valiant with a bottle. Nails Lawler. I'm not believing this. He nailed Lawler. And then, I just can't believe it, Harley Race grabs his arm. Here comes Norvell, Dundee, Eddie Marlin, referee Jerry Calhoun.
Ooh, well, obviously.
Let me just say this. I know it took you a long time to grow that big banana nose you got on your face. It had to take you the same amount of time to put together to look through all those films to find that much action on Handsome Jimmy beating me. Let me tell you something. You have just seen, I hope you watched it really good, because you have just seen the last of any kind of film like that, because I will whip him like the dog that he is, and Jimmy Hart too, and I will walk out of there with that belt around my waist.
Okay.
My belt.
That's in the future. Thank you, Jerry, for coming out. We'll be looking at the King later on down the line somewhere. We got championship matches coming up, and we'll get to it in just... Really isn't going to slow down our championship wrestling. I do want to take a second to introduce, we're always delighted to have groups that do come to visit championship wrestling. There's a group from Manila, Arkansas. Where are they? Right over there? Well, there's part of them right there. We're delighted they made a trip in from Manila, Arkansas, and we appreciate it very much. Okay. We talked about championships. Championships we got. We got some highlights of a Southern Tag Team title match that involved the Superstar and Wildfire Tommy Rich going against current Southern Tag Champions, the Bounty Hunters, with Jimmy Kent. Don't need to say any more. Let's take a look at that action as it took place. Rich taking over from Dundee, and doing it in big fashion, snaps the large bounty hunters together. Drops from that corner all the way to the center of the ring with a right. David chases him off on the pin count. And Rich, keeping an eye out for David, as he came down, he gave the bounty hunter time to roll out of the way. Bounty hunter working on that hand where Tommy hit the canvas. Novak takes over. Novak hanging Tommy at the ropes. And Brother David now from the outside wraps it around. Dundee comes after him. They're really seizing the opportunity where Tommy missed. Coming off those ropes and pounded his hand into the canvas. They have really been working on it. Bounty hunter peeling off the support tape that Wildfire was wearing on the wrist. Boy, just remember the things at stake. On one side, the belts and Jimmy Kent's hair. On the other side, Rich's hair and Dundee's commitment that he will leave town. While the bounty hunter's manager, Kent, has been staying put. Uh-oh, he's gone now as Dundee came around the corner. The bounty hunters have been doing everything they can and have been just short of disqualifications. Billy trying to get Tommy back to the corner so he can tag him out. Dundee kicked off the ring apron by the bounty hunter. He hit that concrete floor hard. And David Novak now over distracting the referee while Jerry Novak works on that hand, slams it into the ring post. Bounty Hunter's in the corner with Rich. He gets out, but they're right on top of him. Tommy fighting his way back. Instinct made him swing that right hand, and he regretted that.
10 minutes past 15 minutes to wrestle. 10 minutes past 15 to wrestle.
Dundee around to help Rich at the 10-minute mark. Woo. Hard down with the elbow, David Novak. Kent from the outside taunting Rich. that rush again. And as he did, he kicked brother Jerry, and there's the tag on Dundee. Beautiful drop kick. He blocked him right out of the ring almost. We weren't even looking. Apparently, it was Kent who slipped under the ring and nailed Dundee. I just saw uh-oh, Billy missed the drop kick. There's Dundee with a flying press. And the other bounty hunter comes in. Rich still down on the floor. Referee Paul Morton trying to get him out. Jimmy Kent up out of the chair while the referee was trying to muscle Novak. Dundee gets out on the count of 2. Kent hit him, but the referee was fighting with Jerry Novak, trying to push that big 280-pounder around. Kent on the ring apron. Takes a shot from Dundee after he knocked David down. Goes for the sleeper. It's going to be a disqualification on the bounty hunters as the referee holds up the hands of Dundee and Rich. Jimmy Kent will lose his hair.
Concentration, yeah, Eddie.
Okay.
This is to introduce the Black Diamond, known in Mexico as Demente Negro. He does not speak English, but which is to present Jerry Lawler with a plaque symbolic of the Mexico City's most popular TV wrestler. Please extend your courtesy, Salvador Luderov. Okay. Well, let me, I don't know exactly how to, I don't interview in Spanish too well, so let me say that we just mentioned that Salvador Luderov sent us a wire about this, and it was the first time, because our championship wrestling is on the cable all over Mexico in there, that it was the first time that ever a non-Mexican has been voted the most popular, and of course Lawler was. And coming up to make the presentation was the winner last year. I must say that in his own country in Mexico, this wrestler is, well, he is the king of the country down there. Demente Negro, and they call him Casa Grande, the big house. And he is here to make the presentation to Jerry the King Lawler. And if we can get, will you see if Jerry's out there? We want to get him in here for the presentation. And this is okay. This is for Jerry. We got a little communication problem in here, but you understand. And we told you last week we had heard from Salvador about the honor, and Demente Negro is up here as the winner last year of the vote in here to make the presentation, and I think he's got the sombrero there. He's got the hat.
Thank you.
Okay, you got to model it right here.
I have to wear it?
Huh? Yeah, just slip it on there. And let's see what...
Numero uno.
Huh?
Numero uno. Numero uno.
Here. There he is.
How's it look, huh?
Senor the King, right in there. Really, all kidding aside, it's a great honor, and I think you feel that way, too. And I guess it's gracias, is that it? Yeah.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, yeah. And this is the, okay, the plaque.
From Mexico, Jerry Lawler. It is indicative of the win. Okay, there it is. Jerry Lawler, voted the most popular wrestler in... Hey, what the hell? Hey, come on. Hey, get somebody out here. What is this stupid guy? Yeah, Hector, tell him in Mexican just to get out of here. We're gonna have to take a break here. Crazy.
I told you! Shut up, bananas! I told you, Lawler! I told you, you filthy, stinking piece of garbage! And I loved it when they hauled you out of here! It's about time we cleaned up Memphis! It's about time we got rid of the trash and the garbage and the scum! I want you to know something, punk! I want you to listen to me good. When you get conscious, I hope they play this back. You deliberately, Lawler. You deliberately burned my neck. You deliberately tried to blind me. I want you to know something right now. Russell, here's the signed contract. And in it states that I'll wrestle that piece of scum any place, anywhere, anytime he wants to. I don't think you've got the guts, Lawler. But somehow, if you muster him up, come and get me because I'm ready. I hate your stinking guts. Your daddy was a wino, and every time Dick and Harry from Bangor to Boston had your mama's phone number, you're scum.
That was a cheap trick, Boston. We're going to take a break, and we're going to get out of here. That's tonight. What a lousy... We're going to be back to Wave Country's Championship Wrestling coming up in just a moment. We're standing right here with a team that will be appearing in the Louisville Gardens on Tuesday right there. The Blonde Bombers and Danny Davis. And before the folks get through looking at the tape that they're watching right now, they're going to understand
You're right,
all
Lance
of
Russell.
it.
I want to show all you rednecks up there something. You see this right here? This right here is almost a hole in this steel helmet because of that crazy Gibson. If I hadn't had this helmet on, my skull would have been crushed. Gibson, beware, because my bombers are not going to let you forget it.
Yeah, don't worry. He's not going to forget it either, and he'll be there Tuesday.
He is a wild, crazy man, Lance Russell. He needs to be locked up. Him and his brother both, they need to be put in a mental institution. Because when they do something like that to Danny Davis, the sergeant, they're messing with the wrong man. They ain't got any reason at all to come in the ring and do something like that with a tire iron. Now, that Ricky Gibson is nuts. He's a complete idiot. He don't need to be wrestling, and when he gets in Louisville, if he's got the guts to get in the ring, we're going to show him what's going to happen to him.
Oh, don't worry. He'll be
We're going to show you what we're going to do to a crazy man. We're going to put him in a French dinner jacket. You know what that is, Lance Russell? We're going to tie his arms up, and we're going to do a tap dance on his head and make him like it.
Well, I have a feeling that Tuesday night right there in Louisville Gardens, if you guys feel that way, that it's going to be a mutual feeling because the Gibsons have got a little doing to settle up with.
We got one more of the little Gibsons to get, the little pretty one. We hadn't got him yet, but time's coming for him. It could happen Tuesday night, Lance Russell. You ought to be there to see that one yourself. You seem to always be around when action happens.
Okay, the Blonde Bombers and Danny Davis going to be right there in Louisville on Tuesday, and their chore is going to be to stay alive after Rick and Robert Gibson get in that ring with them. And, of course, I think you will understand a whole lot better. Don't go away. Stay right where you are. The action is just beginning. Now, okay. Dave and I was just telling Dave about the videotape that we're about to take a look at. It took place in Tupelo, Mississippi, in the sports arena, and we have seen innumerable rugged action brawls down there in the sports arena.
This particular one involved the Blonde Bombers, Wayne Ferris and Larry Latham, going against the Gibsons, Rick and Robert. And it is not one that I am proud of in terms of professional wrestling. Well, the action speaks for itself. We'll let you take a look at it right now.
Rick taking a terrific beating. Ferris, Latham have already lost the bout in 14:33 on a disqualification. Robert Gibson is handcuffed, courtesy of Danny Davis, to that rope. And they are just beating the fire out of Rick. Robert can't do a thing about it. Can hardly defend himself as Latham beats him. Boy, Rick covered with blood as his face has been punched around by these Bombers. Referee trying to get them separated. He'll get one out of there, but there's three of them. And Rick Gibson doesn't have a chance against these guys. The referee over now, while Latham drops down and nails Rick. They're hollering for some help. Davis, thrilled. Look at Robert swinging the cuffs up and down the ropes. Davis kicks him from behind, and Robert cannot get loose. Trying to get out there to help his brother. Rick firing. Davis comes back at him, and Rick puts him down. But look at Gibson. Boy, he's in trouble. Rick Gibson going after the Bombers. Behind a concession stand at the Tupelo Sports Arena. Larry Latham, Wayne Ferris, Danny Davis pounding on Rick Gibson. Robert still handcuffed to the ring rope. And Gibson being slammed around. Referee Paul Morton trying to break it up. But the Bombers see a chance to 3-on-1 Rick Gibson. Latham breaks the broom over the back of Gibson. While Ferris holds him, Latham again with that broom. He whacks it. And Rick Gibson taking a tremendous amount of punishment from the Blonde Bombers. Yeah, can't they get somebody out here? Yeah, Herman, see if... They had busted Rick open in the ring. Danny Davis, the Bombers, just pounding on it. And they got... Did somebody get him loose? Yeah, here comes Robert. He still has... They broke off one of the handcuffs, but Davis... Here comes Rick Morton. And Davis slams him in the face and cracks his head down on the counter. Robert once again battling back over the counter. And Danny trying to keep everybody away while the Bombers, here comes Eddie Marlin, Ken Lucas. Handsome Jimmy coming out and over the counter. And it's turned into a brawl. As the Bombers are now outnumbered, they start to take off, but they're firing things, nailing away. Davis, Latham, and Ferris going, and Robert Gibson's going after him. And Rick Gibson left, bleeding and prostrate on the floor. Here comes Robert back to help his brother. Everybody around to try to help Rick Gibson. Okay, officially, and I guess that really doesn't make a whole lot of difference. Officially, the 14:33 is the time on it. By disqualification, the Gibsons will win. But that's of little consequence with a dastardly thing that they did it. All right, let's take time out now, and we're going to be back.
Well, as we said, I guess it was a brawl, totally unnecessary. The Bombers taking advantage of a situation which they created. Robert, good to have you here today, man. I know it's a difficult situation and time for you. I saw Rick last night after the bout, and it
It was bad. I want to know how is he today? How's his face, and how's Rick doing?
Well, Lance, you know, right now, it's really hard for me to talk. I'm upset. I'm nervous, and just really upset.
Take it easy, partner. And how's Rick getting along today?
Well, Lance, I left him this morning at the motel, and I looked over at him. He don't look no better than he did last night. One eye is almost closed, and his, over here it's sliced open. It really looks bad, Lance.
Yeah. I saw they busted that side of the eye right over there, and your wrist where the handcuffs were on you, tore your wrist up real bad, and I hope that is going to be a situation that will correct that. I know you've got a match coming up, and I just wonder, is Rick going to be in any kind of a condition to wrestle?
Yeah, Lance, he is. He's definitely going to be ready to wrestle. You know, we always go out there and we try to win our matches. You know, we try to go out there and not try to hurt anybody, just try to win our matches. But it's gone past that, and we're definitely, Ferris, Latham, we're definitely going to try to cripple him.
Well, I can understand your feeling about that, Robert. It was one of those things that was totally unnecessary, and we have admired the combination. All right, come on now, don't come in here. Just get out of here. You guys are coming up.
You
get out of here, Wayne.
You got something to say to me, you say it to my face. You ain't got the guts to say it. You don't talk through that idiot box. You don't tell me stuff through that. You tell me something to my face, boy. If you're so big and bad, you're going to do something. You do it right now. Come on, do it, boy.
Forget it, Wayne.
Don't do nothing. Don't tell me nothing. You show me, son. Show me.
Yeah, you're bad when you got 3 against 1. Yeah, you're really bad out here, man.
Yeah, I'm bad, but you ain't nothing, son. You're a gutless, spineless wonder's what you are.
Right.
You're just
Take
like that
here.
brother. You're nothing, son. And you're not going to do anything to me because you ain't got the guts. You know that. You're a coward, Gibson. A coward.
Hey. Now, don't wait. Get somebody in here. Let's get these guys. Come on, Danny. Get somebody in here, please.
Dundee and North Regal. Okay, let's just take a break, and we'll be back to championship wrestling in just a moment. We mentioned a little bit earlier a situation that resulted in the Southern Tag Team belts being vacated, and we'll have more about that tournament later on. It'll be throughout the southern states that are involved. There was a stunning situation that developed in southern heavyweight land in the Jackson Coliseum in Jackson, Tennessee. This man right here, Paul Ellering, won the Southern Heavyweight title. The new AWA Southern Heavyweight champion is Paul Ellering. Well, you know, I mean...
There was a time. There was a time, Lance Russell, when you didn't have time for me out here. There was a time when Jerry Jarrett, big shot promoter, said I did okay for being a rookie wrestler. These times have all passed. I'm the master of disaster. I am the champion. I beat Jimmy Valiant, and it was easy. Jimmy Valiant, you try to wrestle. Jimmy Valiant, you can't dance. Jimmy Valiant, you can't sing. As a matter of fact, Jimmy Valiant, you're the worst thing a kid can do is to look up to you. They should look up to me, a true champion. Now, Jimmy Valiant, Disco Duck, I got one thing to say to you, and you listen good. Tomorrow is your day. If you don't beat me tomorrow,
You ain't ever going to get another chance. You got one chance, and one chance only, and that's tomorrow. And that's all I got to say.
That's fine.
The king, Russell, the king, baby.
Okay, I'm sure you guys still want to stay out and watch what I've got in store for the folks, and that is an opportunity to see how the Southern heavyweight title changed hands. Paul Ellering taking all the bows, has the belt and all of that. He ought to be awfully glad that he had Jimmy Hart with him. Let's go to Jackson, Tennessee, in the Jackson Coliseum. You'll see the Southern heavyweight title between Valiant and Ellering. Down, trying to pull Jimmy off the rope, reaches up and nails handsome Jimmy with that walking stick. Jimmy's got a bad cut on his head where Hart hit him. The referee was down trying to pull him loose. And Paul Ellering taking advantage of it, slugging him. Puts Jimmy down, drops with the elbow. Handsome Jimmy covered on his face. Ellering rips the patch off his eye. Jimmy bleeding profusely about the head where Hart leaned up over while the referee was down and nailed Jimmy with that stick. The referee counting on him. 12 minutes in, Paul Ellering taking advantage of the help from Jimmy Hart. Nails handsome Jimmy again. Goes after him. Count of one. Valiant start kicking out. Jimmy is a mess. He is bleeding profusely. Count of one. Remember, that title is at stake. And Ellering flexing his muscles, hollering, I got him. Oh, and Jimmy back down. Ellering goes right after him. The referee telling him to get up off the eyes. Is Ellering going after the eyes? The referee could stop this one, although it's doubtful with the championship at stake and Jimmy being the champion. Ellering lifts him in the air, drives him down on the atomic drop. Boy, you figure Ellering just pumped up 243 pounds, held him up over his head. He's now climbing up on the ropes. Comes off the ropes and Valiant out of the way. Ellering hits the deck hard. 13 and a half minutes into this match. Valiant covered with blood, still pouring blood out of him, where Jimmy Hart nailed him with that stick. Valiant hops Ellering as he comes off the ropes, puts Paul down. Valiant sensing that his title in trouble, fighting his way back. Pounding Ellering. Slams his head into the turnbuckle. Handsome Jimmy, numb and oblivious to the cut. And a funny, Ellering's head snapped almost all the way back. Handsome Jimmy trying to go in too quick. Nails the turnbuckle with his shoulder. Ellering fires him across the ring. Plants a shoulder in the midsection. They're wheeling each other around. And Jimmy slinging covers the Hart, jumps across the table. No, Jimmy. No. Hey, Jimmy. That was Hart. Wow. Jimmy Hart did it. Hart rang the bell. It was not the referee. Now Hart trying to help Paul Morton, who was knocked out when Ellering hit him. A double-handed smack, and Ellering Covers 1, 2, 3. And the hand being held high. Seconds, 26 seconds, and the new Southern heavyweight champ, Paul Ellering. Ellering, 15:26, the new Southern heavyweight champ. What happened was Jimmy Hart raced over here, dove over the table, rang the bell when Handsome Jimmy was on Ellering. Handsome Jimmy got up thinking that he had won the match. He was hurt, bleeding, out of his senses. And when he did get up, Ellering came up, double-handed him. The referee all the time was still on the floor. And Hart got the referee up into the ring. And the count by this time was on Jimmy Valiant and not on Paul Ellering. So Handsome Jimmy loses his belt in 15:26. Okay, well, that was the way it went, and I would have to tip my hat to Jimmy Hart, who has individually are two of the toughest dudes that you'll ever find walking down the street. When they finally pooled their talents together and became a tag team, they were quite a tag team. I think you may remember the Blonde Bombers, Wayne Ferris and Larry Latham, on a bout that took place in Tupelo, Mississippi. When the action was done in the ring, the action wasn't done. Let's take a look at it right now. The Tupelo concession stand brawl. What you're looking at is the wildest fight we've seen. Latham and Ferris and Dundee and Lawler in the concession stand, all four of them bleeding, pounded each other. Lawler, fired a gallon jug. They're banging away. Watch out, Mike. Dundee with Latham and Lawler with Ferris. Oh, there's mustard all over us. I hope it didn't get in the camera. The referee trying to get him stopped. Dundee right on top of Latham, right below us. We're on the stairs leading down to the concession stand. What a brawl. I've never seen anything like it. Now they're trying to get somebody in to help stop this thing. This is just totally out of hand. Latham and Ferris, Lawler and Dundee in the concession stand at the Tupelo Sports Arena, brawling all over the concession stand. A gallon bottle had been thrown, glass on the floor. Lawler slams Ferris with a stool, and again, Lawler rattles a pan around. Dundee on the far side being stomped on the concrete. Latham promoter Jerry Jarrett, although he is not a promoter here, trying to get him to stop. He's got Dundee separated. Lawler, Latham having been racked up by that mop handle, Dundee going after him. It's just a street brawl. Jerry Jarrett with referee Jerry Calhoun. Jarrett trying to... Lawler and Dundee coming back. There we are. We Following the concession stand brawl, a match took place, and we're looking right now at the match that followed that concession stand brawl, Lawler and Dundee. And you see the King, who has surprises for everybody when he hops into that ring, did so with Larry Latham, as that big burst of fire came rolling up in there, and a brawl and a half that continued right inside the ring when that rematch took place. Lawler and Dundee, and it was quite some kind of action. Well, that's it. We still got plenty of action. We'll be getting back. You'll stay for all of it. Coming in right now, a guy that we haven't seen in a long time, and what a delight to see his big smiling face back here. Hey. Big Red, best known for the Holy Ghost Splash. How you been doing, Pop?
Well, I'm so glad to get back here. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? The promoter have a way of getting what the fans like. And he said, Big Red, the fans been asking about you. We know you busy down in Atlanta, Georgia and stuff, but you got to come back. And I said, hey, I'm on my way. Lord, have mercy.
Tell you what, it's good to see you back, partner. It doesn't look like you've shriveled up and gone away.
Hey, I've been eating good. I've been eating good. I ain't been on no kind of diet. And that Holy Ghost Splash boy just jumping like, well, Lord, have mercy.
We're looking forward to seeing you in action. You got any idea when we can see you in a bout around?
Hey, it's going to be in the very, very near future. You know, like the people that's watching this television now, you know, I want to tell you that Big Red coming, he still got his Holy Ghost Splash. He done started something they call the Big Red Movement. And I want to tell you something, boy. It's talking about getting down to the real nitty-gritty. Woo!
When it comes to taking care of business, let me tell you, if you've ever seen this guy, you better believe that I don't have to tell you to come see him. If you haven't, you got an experience. Red, it's always a pleasure. You got a big smile on your face,
hey,
and
I'm
you
always
take care
like
of
that.
business.
Tell all the kids to meet me at the arenas. I'm still coming early. I'm still out trying to help the handicapped, the sick, the shut in, the misfortune, who people don't ever talk about. You know what I'm talking about? And I'm still fighting for them people. Them the number one people in my life right today. I'm still a Christian. I'm still hanging in there, and I heard there's some tough competition around here. Think they can't be whooped. So write the promoter and tell them to put Big Red on them. Lord, have mercy.
Okay. Red, again, a pleasure to have you back. And, man, it's been great to see you out here.
You look good, too.
Oh, hey, feeling great, and it's always good to see you. Oh, yeah, one of our favorite people. You run into some nice guys around this world, and that's genuinely one of them right there. Big Red. He's something else, isn't he? You know, I love the fact he's in there, and he takes care of business, no monkey business when he's in there. But he's got that smile, and he's just something that enthuses you, and he's just super. I love it. Davey, we're
Albert up in the air. El Toro off the ropes. Match is over. Bergen El Toro had won it.
Price down on the floor. He really hit that ring apron hard. Eddie bleeding. Man. Come on. Referee Jerry Calhoun with his hands full in there trying to get these guys off of Eddie Gilbert.
Comes Big Red. After the turn, El Toro. And Turk and El Toro out of the ring. As Big Red keeps flying in here. And got rid of them rather quickly, as a matter of fact.
You got that right. The big guy in here runs Turk and El Toro out of it. Eddie Gilbert with his head busted open in there from Turk and El Toro after the bout was all over with in there. They had already gotten the pin on David.
Hammer again. And second of all, Jimmy Hart's got a lot to say today in a short time to say it.
Well, I see he must have a long time in his mind, because you got your lunch here you left sitting over there on the desk while the match was going on. We want to talk to you about the neck brace. We were making mention of that, Jimmy. How about that neck brace in there? Looks like you ran into something you couldn't handle.
Well, you know, Russell, let me tell you something. First of all, I want to talk about this black band around my arm, because I am mourning for one of the family, handsome Jimmy Valiant, baby.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to have a 1-second mourning for handsome Jimmy Valiant, because he ain't here no more, and Jimmy Hart, Wayne Ferris, Dutch Mantell, and, of course, the Imperial Tojo Yamamoto is. So, Valiant, that's enough for you. I did everything I could to save Jimmy Valiant, but I couldn't do it.
But
he's in the past, baby. That's right, Jimmy Hart. The Dream Machine. He stands out here and goes, woo! I'm the man who eats 36 jelly donuts. Woo! I'm the man that got beat by Jerry Lawler. Big deal, Dream Machine. You're nothing, baby. You'll never be anything, and now you've teamed up with Dundee. Dundee, you're going to have the biggest lesson that I had to learn in my life, because he's going to eat you out of house and home, brother. When me and Tojo and Wayne and all of us go out to eat somewhere, maybe some beautiful nice Japanese restaurant or some steakhouse, where's the Dream Machine? He's in the car. You know why? Because he wants to go by McDonald's for a Happy Meal. A Happy Meal. Well, Dream, I've got your Happy Meal for you, baby. So you come on down there, brother, because I promise you, we're going to eat you up, man. And that's a guarantee of that. I'm going to have him back exactly where I found him, and that was licking labels on cans over in West Memphis, Arkansas at that can company. Tell him, Tojo.
Yeah, well, I think the fact that you guys, as we made mention, won the titles, but tainted because Dundee was the only one here. At least he had to.
No buts about it, Lance Russell. We're the champions, right? And we want to be treated like champions. And we don't want to wrestle jerks like Dundee, the little sawed-off midget, or that big fat slob, that hunk of blubber that calls himself the Dream Machine. You know, he ought to be a poet instead of a wrestler, because all he can do is say a bunch of rhymes. He don't know how to wrestle. He just gets up there and shakes his legs, sticks his tongue out and hollers. But I'll tell you what we did to him. Tojo Yamamoto, he stuck them slaps in that fat boy's chest so much he cried like a baby.
Mr. Lance Russell, I want to tell you, you listen real good. All your people, this, the Dream Machine, I don't call him no Dream Machine. You know what his real name is? Septic Tank Machine. I tell you what, the Septic Tank Machine, he turn around, he two-face us, he two-face Mr.
Come on, Billy. Hey, come on, you guys.
Settle it down.
Digging a coffin, buying a long time, we've another family crying. I'll show you what these jelly donuts can do in this belly. I'm heavy on my seat and light on my feet. Hart, you knock Jimmy Valiant, he's gone. You don't love nobody but yourself. You don't even love your wife. You got 7 kids, 2 by your own wife.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. He don't waste any time mourning for anybody, but that's the kind of nature that Jimmy Hart's got. They're making a big deal out of the fact that they won the Southern Tag Belt with you alone as the only one in there to try to go, and they couldn't even do that, honest.
That's right, Lance Russell. All they are paper champions and the Dream Machine and the Superstar going to show you how big and bad they are, man.
That's right, baby. We can do it to it, Sonny Pruitt. Take a pill like we'll go to the hill like Jack and Jill. 275 pounds of romping, stomping, graveyard destruction. I am that man that's been high, been low, been bad, been good, Dallas, Texas, and Hollywood. If you know what I'm talking about, all my soul folks. I'm talking to the people in Orange Mound, Scudderfield, Bearwater, Smoky City. I'm talking to all the people because they know where their soul's coming from. Woo! So much soul is hard to control.
Listen. You know, I have seen you in the last few times, and there's an entirely different nature about it. When you came in here, Billy, he was all serious, all business. The guy was one of the meanest, roughest wrestlers I ever saw. He's still a lot of that. But now he's got the leg shaking, and he's happy and hollering and the whole thing.
Well,
hey,
I feel good, baby.
Wait just a second. I want you to see. I thought it would be interesting to see some of the moves of the Dream Machine. So we've got a videotape we kind of put together. Dream and Billy, I'd like for you to see. I think you might even be interested in seeing some of the
Ferris comes in, and look at the Dream go after him. Ferris into the ropes. Shot to the midsection. The big 273-pounder letting it all out. Puts a headbutt, and there's a tag on Tojo, and Tojo says, oh, I didn't mean to do that. No, and the referee says, you gotta. You want to lose it? Starts a count on him. animated. And Tojo says, whoa! Green right back at him. Tags Tojo. Yamamoto in. Hook, hip toss. And a dream puts him down with that headbutt again. Ferris putting an eagle eye on him. But you couldn't keep him out of there with a tractor pulling against him. Dream, and not exactly your picture book version of the martial arts, and Tojo says, Wago. And a dream, a drop kick. That's what never ceases to amaze me. How this guy, as big as he is, can get up and drop kick the way he does. Ferris charges in. Dream tags him. Tojo saying, crazy man, crazy man. Ferris taking his time. He's looking to dream over. He's not sure about him. Stuck him. Dream not inhibited by any rules. So that makes him a good match for Ferris. Yamamoto bounces Ferris's head. Ferris standing there looking at the referee and got nailed. And Dundee raises a foot, bounces Tojo down. Dream was something to prove that he can beat any of Hart's boys. Rolled out of the way.
Was that doing some dancing?
I know.
I was doing some self-plant.
It's a whole different dream than when you came in here, man.
A whole different dream. Old days gone, new days here. I was doing some steps out there to make Fred stay ashamed of himself. But you know, you asked me why was I doing all that. I'm going to explain to you exactly why. Because I never cared about the wrestling business. You can call it seeing the light, calling it uptight, or call it what you want it. But I have never enjoyed the wrestling business because I would always come in. Jimmy Hart called me in to destroy Jerry Lawler. Always coming in for money. Always coming in for money. Money is the root of all evil, but now I'm with the superstar, and we're going far, if you can understand what I'm saying. The old dream is gone. New dream is here. Going to be shucking, jiving, moving, and grooving, because I am that man that walked that barbed wire fence 32,000 miles barefooted. I eat steel stone cakes, sapped lightning with bread, picked up the blue guinea rock, caught 9,000 buckshot, went out in the jungle, got a he line, a she line. I whooped the she line and died the he line to row. If you know what I'm talking about, 38 pistol, 45 frame. It's not so much weight on my shoulder, but it's a lot of hell on a man's brain. It's going to be a lot of hell on your brain, Tojo Wayne Ferris. I guarantee you that. Woo, I feel so good today, baby. If you know what I'm talking about. I got my main man right over here. He's a little man, but I tell you what, he's got more fights. He's got more fights than any man I know of. Bill Superstar Dundee, and baby, we're going to do it to it.
Okay, that's Dream Machine.
Just got to add this. The Dream Machine and the Superstar got a little resolution. We're going to get rid of Hart, Tojo, Yamamoto, and the whole family, brother. They're all
family.
gone.
They say I turned my back on the family. You know, Charles Manson had a family, but it's all gone. Jimmy Hart, I'm after you. Jimmy Hart, I will get you one way or another. You picking these dog head face Dutch Mantell. You a low-live egg-sucking dog yourself.
That's the Dream Machine. If you heard what he said and understood it all. We got more wrestling action.
World Tag title match. It occurred at Rupp Arena in Lexington, Kentucky. It was the superstar Bill Dundee and Wildfire Tommy Rich trying to take the belts away from Austin Idol and Dutch Mantell. Let's go back to Rupp Arena in Lexington Here's what happened.
Okay, we're ready for it. Bell time, and the CWA World Tag Title match is underway. The challengers, Tommy Wildfire Rich, Bill Superstar Dundee against Dirty Dutch Mantell and Austin Idol, the world's champion. Dundee and Mantell starting it out. About a 24-pound weight advantage for the team of Mantell and Idol. That is not going to be any factor in it. But boy, what a scrap this one should be. Dundee into a standing side headlock with Mantell. Dutch, very quick. He will match Billy's speed. And a big shoulder takes some of that steam out. As he went for that hip toss, Dundee reversed it on him, went back. Idol trying to say he pulled a hair. Here comes Tommy Wildfire in. They'll make 2 tags next time. Rich takes over from Dundee. Hart hollering, no, 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 no. Into the ropes, underneath Mantell's elbow, catches the Dutchman. Right over with the arm drag into a bar, a beauty. We join the action with Austin Idol having taken a tag from Mantell in this world title bout. You can just feel the tension in it. Rich and Idol in the ring now. Mantell and Dundee at the moment in their corners. Idol going for a single lathe. Tommy pulls it back, and Idol spins off of it right back up to his feet. Tie it up, center of the ring. And down they go. Rich hot about the hair pulling by Idol. Austin Idol, 242, Las Vegas. Classic body. Caught in the side headlock by Rich. Big body slam. Tag on the Superstar. The little Aussie with a forearm. Mares Idol over and goes into a headlock on the mat. Referee Thomas Marlin. A little better than 3.5 minutes in. One falls 60-minute time limit, so ample time. Referee sends Mantell back to the corner as Dundee holds on to a side headlock on Idol. Austin coming up to his feet where he's got a better advantage with his height. Dundee, nice leapfrog. And takes him over. Crotches him. Body slam. And the little Aussie going to town. Idol caught in the corner with Rich. In between Rich and Dundee. Mantell takes a shot at Dundee. Back into the ropes. And Dundee caught with the upper arm. And Dutch backdropped as he comes after Dundee. Body slam. And the superstar tags out to Rich. Great move. Big drop kick. Rich is ready. Mantell on the deck, Idle on the ring apron, and Tommy Rich standing waiting for Mantell, who is the legal man in. Count of 5. He's got 5 to go. No problem. Slides under the ropes. You see Dutch on his knees, boy. He can move on those knees, too. He'll slip out of a hole quicker than you can shake a stick at him. Mantell trying to force Rich into the corner where Idle was. No luck. Tommy a little bigger than Mantell. Oh, and Mantell. Dundee telling him, watch his hands. Referee said, no. Rich blocking him. You got a better look at it than I have. And Dutch scoots away back to the corner. He watching Rich. Six minutes past, 54 to go. 6 past, 54 to go. Very cautious. Big stake, the World Tag Titles. And Austin Idle, as Rich was pulled down, he's telling the referee he fell and grabbed a rope. But he had it so timed that Rich went right through the ropes and hit that concrete floor. Sneaky maneuver by Idle. Rich hurt down on the floor. Bill's still complaining about that sneaky that Austin Idle pulled. He timed it right as Mantell whipped him across the ring. Idle fell more or less, grabbing the rope. He separated him so that Rich, instead of hitting him, went right through him and hit the concrete floor. And Mantell trying to take advantage of him. Mantell crams him into Idle's foot. The heartthrob using the fist and the elbow. He covers him. No, it's a foot on the ropes, and that'll break it up. Mantell tried to kick it off, and Dundee comes right after him. Rich, atomic knee drop. There's a tag on Dundee. Here comes Mantell. I don't believe he made the tag. Now he did. Dutch coming right in after him. Oh, and Mantell dropped that leg on him. Dundee grabbed a rope. Pulled out of the way, and Mantell missed the elbow. Tag on Idle. Idle body slam on Dundee. Drops with that knee. He covers him. And he's flicked back off by Dundee, but Mantell in, Rich in. Mantell takes over. Dundee caught, elbow from Idle. He was bent backward over the knee, of Dutch Mantell. Dundee had both feet up over the ropes at the 10-minute mark to save that count. Tries to kick away, but the Dutchman gets him in a front face lock. Dutch really got him that time. He nailed him. Follows it up. Boy, let me tell you, here's one tough hombre out of Oil Trough, Texas. Dutch whips the arm. Abdominal stretch. He can't get the foot hook. Idle helping out from behind, and the referee says, okay, come on, break it up, break it up. Referee Thomas Marlin right on top of the situation. Mantell holding Dundee from Rich. So Idle takes over. Off the second rope. Idle 1. Idle 2, and that's all as Rich comes in. Man, it's going to be tough to get a pin tonight. Dundee body slam. Idle going for that Las Vegas leg lock. But Dundee kicks him right off. Bill rattled off the canvas again by Idle, and there's a tag on Dutch Mantell. Billy trying to get away and tag Rich. Can't make it. Dutch with Dundee draped on his shoulders. Power slams him. Really drove him hard. Maybe. 2. Dundee saves it again. The foot goes over the rope. Mantell an elbow. Yeah, you got him. Dundee suplexed by Mantell. Billy trying to fight back. Backdrop. Not giving Dundee any room to breathe at all. Mantell right on him. There's a whip. Dundee with a sunset flip. But Austin Idle breaks that one up, and Tommy Rich comes over and gets him. Rich down on the floor after Idle. Referee trying to break him up. In the ring, Dundee slams Mantell. He's trying to tell the referee he's got him. Rich pounding on Idle outside the ring. Dundee rolls Mantell. 1, 2, 3. He got him! Holy mackerel! What a victory! 14 minutes and 8 seconds. The winners and new World Tag Champions, Bill Dundee, Tommy Rich, the world's champs. They beat Idle and Mantell. Drumming out the Japanese team of Masafuchi and Mr. Onita. Tojo Yamamoto here to talk just a little bit about his fellow countrymen.
Mr. Lance Russell, I want to introduce to you and all the wrestling fans the 2 honorable imperial wrestlers that are brought here from Japan, Masafuchi and Mr. Onita.
I'm surprised to see him here, Tojo, because it was my understanding the last time I talked to you about him, they came here for the world title shot, which they were unsuccessful at.
and they were going right back to Japan.
Well, Mr. Lance Russell, I am very amazed of myself. I tell you, when I saw these two Japanese wrestlers, because I tell you, it's so amazed, like I said, you know what I mean? That's why now I'm going to try to negotiate with them, and I'm going to try to manage them, and I'm going to try manage them and guide them to be one of the top wrestlers in the world today. I'm going to try to succeed and try to get them the World Tag Team Champion, and after the World Tag Team Champion, we're going to get the Southern Tag Team Champion, and then after that, I'm going to get the single Southern Tag Team Champion of Jerry Lawler. And I tell you what, because I am going top, and I'm going to try to be the best manager in the country for them, because I'm negotiating with them right now.
Excuse me, Tojo. Excuse me, Papa San. Let me tell you something. You are my #1 wrestler, and you're great, and I love you to death. But as far as managing goes, I'm going to manage Mr. Fuji and Mr. Onita. You know, Papa San, that's the way it goes. You're great.
Mr. Jimmy Hart, Mr. Jimmy Hart, I want to tell you something. When I wrestle alone, when I go in the ring, you manager, you manage me. Because, Mr. Hart, you don't know how to speak Japanese. You cannot be responsible for them, because you cannot take care of their money. You cannot you cannot speak Japanese, so you cannot be manager. The only time I want you to be manager is when I go in the ring, you manage Papa-san. You understand?
Well, let me tell you something, Toji. Here's the thing. Like I said, I love you to death. I manage you. I'll handle their affairs for him. You can go to the ring with him if you want to go to the ring.
No,
That's fine.
no, Mr. Hart, like I said.
You can't even speak English.
I speak English. I can transact money. I can guide them. I can be the best manager. Jimmy Hart, you please go away. Please go away.
I will go. We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later, Tojo.
You please go away now.
A little difference of opinion right here. So Tojo Yamamoto will be the manager of Mr. Fuji and
That's
Mr.
right. I'm
Onita.
going to guide them. Like I said, I was really amazed of these two Japanese wrestlers, and I'm going to guide them to the top. And I tell you, they're going to be the world champion very, very soon. And they're going to take all the title away, and they're going back to Japan.
Well,
make all the green money, and they're going back to Japan.
You got some lofty ambitions in there, I'll say that, if you want to take a...
日本人は絶対誰にも負けない。バカ野郎。オールウェイズウィンウィン。誰にも絶対負けない。アメリカのボーイなんか誰もみんなやっつけたと言ってください。絶対に日本人は絶対に誰にも負けないんだと。絶対負けない。アメリカ人なんか弱いんだと。この旗の出場見てみんなアメリカ人の出場したんだと。はい。それを言ってください。
Mr. Lance Russell, Mr. Fuji, and Mr. Onita said they respect the land of the rising sun flag, and they said all American wrestler is sissified. They don't know how to wrestle, because Japanese is the #1 wrestler in the whole world. And then I said all these American wrestlers are just like a crybaby. They said they come to this country, they're going to respect this flag, and they're going to win for the land of rising sun flag, and they're going to destroy all American Yankee wrestler. And then when they destroy the Yankee wrestler, they're going to put the Japanese flag on top of the body.
Okay, well, I think we understand what you're trying to say, but it has been established Tojo Yamamoto will be managing Masafuchi and Mr. Onita.
That's right, that's right.
And they're looking for all of the titles. I think we heard it. Okay, we'll see him a little bit later on.
Coming to the ring, a former NWA World Heavyweight Champion. Additionally, he was Frankie the Bumper in Paradise Alley and is now pursuing a career in movies. Retired in time at his ranch in Texas. Entering the ring, Karl.
Special challenge match. Terry Funk, whose leg just got caught in the restraining rope around the ring, being chased by Jerry the King Lawler. Funk's hands heavily taped in there. Looks like almost he has casts on him. Ties it up with the King. Referee Jerry Calhoun. Funk's extremely successful former world champion brother, Dory Funk. Woo! And there goes Lawler through the ropes and on the ring apron. And Funk kicks him out right here on the timer's table. Look out! Funk really nailed him with an elbow. Again. Picks him up. Atomic drop on a concrete floor. And the roughhouse tactics of Dory Funk do some early damage to the King. Funk, those taped fists, nailing Lawler. Woo, he stung him. Put him flat on his back. Boy, is Funk come ready for fair. Drops the big leg on him. Just in time. Whoa. Lawler caught Funk right in the mouth. Terry staggered. Lawler coming back. And Funk down on the concrete floor himself. Blood streaming down the right eye of Terry Funk. Funk bleeding profusely from both eyes. Lawler off the ring apron, off the ring turnbuckle. Nails Funk with a foot. Chased by Lawler, but Hart slips into a refuge he's used often. That is slipping up under the ring. He's faster than anybody I've ever seen around that ring. Uh-oh, Lawler takes a shot. Funk may have caught him very low. Wasn't caring if he did. Headbutt puts Lawler on the deck. Funk, fortunately for Lawler, still hurt. Here comes Lawler up. Another headbutt. He must have, yeah, Lawler's bleeding now over the right eye. Funk really going after him like a crazy man. What a battle this has been. No wrestling match, just brutality. Whoa! Look at Funk daily. Lawler's white wrestling attire.
two are a mess, both bleeding profusely. Lawler takes another shot right on the cut. Terry Funk hollering at Lawler. He is a wild man tonight. Hart getting into his cheapos. Funk and Lawler almost both unrecognizable in the face. Lawler again hurt his hand. He's almost oblivious to pain as he pounds on Lawler. Lawler close to being out on his feet. Can't feel anymore. Pain himself. Hammers him. Lawler looks at him. swinging that thing like a big axe. Referees at the 8 count. 9. It's going to be a count out. Not a disqualification, but a count out. 14 minutes, 16 seconds. Lawler the winner. I mean, they just battled each other right to it. But Lawler comes up with a victory in it. We're going to be right back with action in the ring right here. Davies, right off here, and I hope you've made your plan to be right there in the Gardens, because in addition to 3 championship matches, some other great action on an all-star card. One of them is going to be that AWA Southern Heavyweight title match when Jerry the King Lawler faces Terry Funk. By golly, I'll tell you what, here's a guy that knows Terry Funk, and you know just how wild he is.
Well, I think the people have probably seen how wild he is by now. And one thing, Lance, that you failed to mention on this is that it's going to be a no time limit and no disqualification, just like the last match we had. And there were chairs, I mean, just everything that you could imagine was involved in that match. You know, I used to have a lot of respect for Terry Funk, but now I think you're a low-life scum of the earth, just like Jimmy Hart, the man that brought you in here, Funk. And the next time I get you in the ring, I'm going to make an example out of you. I'm going to beat you within an inch of your life. I'm going to do the same thing with Hart if he gets close to the ring.
Of course, the title is on the line this time, and I got to tell you that Terry Funk has some opinions of you that you may not care for. I'd like for you to listen to a couple of words that Terry had to say.
Acting like a fool and an idiot with a crown on his head whenever I believe in stepping into the ring with nothing but a pair of tights on, going in and competing at a dead level best. But a guy like Lawler, he likes to use illegal tactics like his fist. Well, let me tell you something. As I can use my fist, I'm not Cassius Clay, I'm not Sugar Ray Leonard, but I sure know how to knock a man out, and I would love nothing better to take Lawler and take this fist and drive it right down his sick, putrid throat.
Well, obviously, those are his feelings.
Well, that's just fine. I think the same thing, only worse about you, Funk. You showed me what kind of man you were, and now I'm going to show you what kind of man I can be. You're going to see the old king in Louisville.
Tuesday night, you'll see it. Maybe we just totally forget about it, whether you like him or not. Hart has become a major influence in professional wrestling. And his vicious and sometimes very physical battle with Jerry Lawler has led to some interesting situations. Jimmy Hart, another chapter was added when Jerry Lawler successfully got rid of another set of your particular wrestlers in there. So I want to find out your reaction to it.
Well, I'll tell you the truth, Lance. You know, at the first part of this week, I was so happy because in professional wrestling, like music, sometimes when you have things happen to you like a gold record or winning the Southern title or winning the World Championship matches, it means everything in the world to you. And this week, if they can get a close-up of this right here, there was an article that came out in this wrestling magazine, and it was the greatest thrill of the life for me to have my picture on it. It was like maybe in music having your picture on Rolling Stone, you know. But it doesn't mean much to me anymore for the simple fact that, well, y'all laugh. Go ahead. Hey, I don't blame you. Go ahead. That's okay. Hey. But the truth of the matter is this, is that I'm out here today to tell Jerry Lawler that I'm finished. You set out to do what you wanted to do. You wanted to get me out of professional wrestling. Well, that's exactly what you've done, because I admit I'm only 150 pounds and there's no way I can defeat you. Every week I go to the ring and I see these people, they love Lawler. They stand up for Lawler. They cheer him. My family, I come home, I put them through all kind of abuse at school, everything. And I realize that. And like I said, hey, that's okay. Hey, I understand. I understand. But the point I'm trying to say, I had Handsome Jimmy. He defeated Handsome Jimmy.
What town?
That's right. Last week he defeated the Angel and Gypsy Joe. Everybody I've tried to bring in, Lawler has defeated.
Wayne Ferris,
Wayne
Ferris.
Everybody. So I'm just out here to tell you, Lawler, like I said, I'm through, and I'm going to miss going to all the places. And the only thing I can say is you are a better man than Jimmy Hart. And I just want to tell the people that I'm sorry for a lot of things that I've done. And that's all I've got to say.
Okay, well, we appreciate the information. We had seen Jimmy Hart through a lot of trials and tribulations. We've seen him when he's been extremely jubilant, and you see him. It's very difficult for a wrestling manager who has nobody to manage to do much, and you heard it from Jimmy Hart. Let's take a look at the action that took place when Jerry Lawler put it on the line. He agreed to sign with Jimmy Hart, which would have changed the whole career for Hart, in the event that the Angel and Gypsy Joe had beaten him. Otherwise, if he beat one of them, then they both leave town. Let's take a look at that action as it took place.
Stipulations, one falls 60. Both men have the privilege of being in the ring. If Lawler is able to pin one of them, then the team has agreed to leave town. If they beat Lawler, then Lawler has agreed in writing that he will sign a managerial contract with Jimmy Hart. Gypsy Joe on the outside snaps Lawler's bad leg into the ring apron. Lawler picks Joe up, bounces him off the concrete. Nice leg dive by Lawler. Drops on the Angel, and here comes Gypsy Joe with a plank off the step. The referee gets in between. Lawler zings a right hand, tries to take the board away from the referee, and does. He nails Joe with the board again. And Gypsy Joe vanished to the floor by that blistering paddle. And referee Jerry Calhoun takes it away. One on each arm, a legal double team. Double backdrop. Lawler bounces off the canvas hard. And he gets out of the way. The Angel nails Gypsy Joe. Lawler grabs that glove. The Angel over. Lawler coming up off the rope. Nails him. 1, 2. And Gypsy Joe drops on him. Lawler's got both of them. 2, 3, got him.
Boy, I'll tell you, that was some exciting moment.
That was pitiful out here. We're only away.
All right. Hey. I might have known. Come on, you're the winner.
That had to go down as the funniest thing that I've seen on this TV since your nose, Lance. Jimmy Hart, let me ask you a question. Do you actually think that you can come out here and stand in front of these cameras and all of these people and all of the people that are home watching and let a little tear run down your face and get some sympathy? Is that what you think, you little weasel? We are sick and tired, and everybody's had it up to here with you, Hart. Oh, you were a big shot when you had all these big, tough men to manage, but now that you don't have them anymore, now that they've all been run out of town, you're not so hot, are you, Hart? Well, let me tell you something. I don't feel sorry for you, and I don't think anybody out here feels sorry for you. We're sick of you, and we're glad to see you gone, baby. You want to cry on this a while, Lance?
No, I don't want to cry on any of it. Just making comment about the fact passing of it here, and Jimmy Hart comes out here, cries uncle, and the King just left. We got the King in action. We're going to be looking for him in just a moment.
Very funky.